Eagles. Eagles.
And welcome in, everybody, to night 2 of JAKIB's draft coverage here across the NFL. It's rounds 2 and 3 tonight for night number 2 of the coverage. Our Philadelphia Eagles have 3 picks tonight in rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft, one being in round 2, 2 of those 3 picks being in round 3 tonight. The spots where they will pick right now are slated to be 54, 68, and 98. So 2 of those picks in round 3, as I mentioned, and 2 of them a little close as well. 54 is the 22nd pick of round number 2, and the 4th pick of round number 3 is 68 overall. So the Philadelphia Eagles will be on the clock 3 times tonight, at least at the start of the night. I do expect it to be a trade-heavy night across the NFL, so we will see kind of who goes where, who ends up where, what the Eagles end up doing. A lot of talk, obviously. There's Brian Westbrook up out on the stage. That's great to see. Obviously, a Philadelphia Eagle legend. Love to see B West up there, but we will see what the Birds do tonight. You know, a lot of conversation has happened about whether the Eagles will trade this number 2 overall pick for an edge rusher. Jonathan Grenard being the number 1 name out there that the Eagles have been linked to, the Minnesota Vikings edge rusher. He is on the move, looking for a new contract. He'll be 29 years old next year. Will the Eagles make a move like that to bring in an edge rusher like that, or will they use their second-round pick and take a selection? We will see what they end up doing. It will be interesting to see. The draft is getting ready to kick off. The first team on the board tonight is the San Francisco 49ers. They traded twice last night at the end of round 1 and got out of round number 1 and ultimately have the first pick in round number 2. So I will keep you guys posted about what's going on. There's some rumors in the NFC East that Kayvon Thibodeau might get drafted tonight, traded tonight. I apologize. He was drafted a few years ago in the first round by the New York Giants. So a lot of movement, a lot of moving parts tonight, a lot of things for the Philadelphia Eagles to keep an eye on, a lot of things happening in the NFC East, and I think a lot of things are going to be happening in the NFL as a whole. So an exciting night. I think round 2 and round 3, night number 2, is maybe the most important part of the NFL draft. If you look at some of the people that the Philadelphia Eagles have selected in recent rounds 2 and round 3, it's been pretty good, my friends. It's been pretty good. Last year, they drafted Andrew Makuba with number 64 overall. The year prior, they drafted Cooper DeJean and Jalix Hunt. Cooper DeJean in round 2, Jalix Hunt in round 3. The year prior to that, Tyler Steen was a round 3 pick, starting on the offensive line now. The year prior to that, Cam Jurgens and Nakobe Dean who recently left in free agency, but Cam Jurgens, the starting center. Obviously, the year prior to that, Landon Dickerson and Milton Williams. And obviously, the year prior to that, maybe the most important of the names I just read, is Jalen Hurts, who was drafted in round 2 as well. So a lot of big names have been acquired by the Philadelphia Eagles in rounds 2 and 3. So lock in, everybody. It's a big night in the NFL draft. Let's see what the Birds do. And I am looking forward to seeing where it all goes tonight. You know, what happens, what they do, what the rest of the league does, what the Eagles do, what the Giants do, and plenty of those things. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be very good to see. Hopefully my internet's holding. I did some changes on my internet. Am I frozen up right now? No, should be good. Okay. All right. So my internet should hold tonight. I don't know what's going on, but we will see. I don't know why. Drozian, it's like $300 for business internet. I've been fuddling with it all day. I'm about to call them and say, give me a month off. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's the NFL draft. I'm worried about my damn internet all day. Drives me crazy, this crap. Why pay for the business internet? Is there any other company that can emerge that can help me do this? Nonstop freezing. But see Mel Kiper. All right, so the 49ers are on the board. Pick number 33 overall in the draft. This is pick number 1 here of the second round of the NFL draft. Mel Kiper's best available 2 quarterbacks. Carson Beck. Oh, no, those are all quarterbacks. All right, his best available quarterbacks. Got you. Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier, Drew Aller, Cole Payton, and Taylon Green. I'm curious to see what the Philadelphia Eagles will do. Do you think will the Eagles draft a quarterback? I understand people think, that Eagles have kind of made it a common occurrence to draft quarterbacks all the time, but I mean, we need a safety. We need an edge rusher. We need a tight end. We need an offensive lineman. I'm not really in the camp right now of taking Carson Beck. I'm sorry. I just don't think that's a good recipe right now for the Philadelphia Eagles now. We'll see, but Carson Beck, exactly right. I'm not interested in that. What's going on, everybody? By the way, thanks everybody for being here. All the great people of JAKIB Nation. They all say, Bob, that's what I mean, dude. Let's go get safeties. Let's go get ends. Let's go get tight ends. Let's get some players in here, man. JD3 Internet and Corporate. I will hit you up, brother. If you can get me on where I'm not lagging. What's up, Halpin? What's going on, man? Appreciate you. You be cool with AJ Halsey. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. A lot of different ways to go here, man. A lot of different ways. This is when it really opens up. You know what I mean? Round one, there's like a set list of players, that seem to be who go in round number one. Rounds 2 and 3 is when it starts to really change. I have Starlink. It hasn't been that great. It's really better when you're in a remote area. So, all right, I can't wait to see it. In the first pick here, who is going to? By the way, Markeel Lemon. It's lemon season in Philly. This dude showed up. He's at the Sixer game tonight, but this dude showed up in black Timberlands to the Eagles facility today. Now, I don't know if you know anything about Timberlands, but this dude's going to be a menace. He rolled into the Eagles facility in black Timbs in day one. Come on, man. Next question. This dude's got some confidence and some swagger. Sis says that's interesting. You seem to be. I am. I mean, I think I'd like to think I am, sis, but I'm not the best in the world. But you'd think I'd be able to figure out the internet a little better. By the way, I don't break out this hat very often, so I keep all the stickers on there. But this hat's fire. This Eagle hat. This is the conference championship. Yo, Prince, I was looking for you earlier, dude, on Cilia. I guess you dipped out of there, but I saw the video the Eagles posted up of him rocking black Timbs. And I'm like, where's Prince? I know Prince is going to love this. I like Markeel Lemon, man. I think it's going to be a good pick. I'm hopeful that the Philadelphia Eagles can use him, man. Use him properly. Jalen's got to get him the football. That ball's got to come out on time. So I love Timberlands. I got a pair of what do they call them? The Butters? What do they call mine? I don't know. I just got the regular ones. I've had a pair of Timberland boots since I was like 8 years old. I remember it was one of my big Christmas gifts one year. I got a pair of Timbs. They were like $150. Remember my mom was like, really? You need Timberlands? I'm like, I want a pair of Timbs. Come on, man. I want a pair of Timbs. Pretty funny. Let's see who the 49ers pick here. Kayvon Thibodeau just posted up an Instagram story of him. Ooh, interesting pick for the 49ers. The 49ers are going to take a wide receiver here. Dejon Stribling. It's with a Z, Dezhaun. Dejon Stribling out of Ole Miss. He's actually a very good player. I thought the Eagles were going to like him. And maybe they did, but obviously they took Markeel Lemon, so they do not need to go with Dejon Stribling. So he goes to the San Francisco 49ers. Good pick for them. Actually, a pretty good pick for them. Lemon hat retired. No, it's not retired. You can't go Lemon hat 2 nights of draft coverage. You see it back there? See it? There it is. The Lemon hat is not retired. All right, you can see it back there. See it back there? The Lemon hat over my right shoulder. Oh, did he? Right in the Sixers bell? Yeah, I saw Devontae Smith was there. He didn't look too happy to be there. All right, so I got the draft in my ear, so that's what this is. Stribling just goes to the 49ers, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. He's a good player. I did like Stribling in the draft process. 55 receptions, 811 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns. Solid player. He played, obviously, with Lane Kiffin's Ole Miss squad, so they were a good passing team type of squad, and they obviously got a lot of use out of those receivers. So Stribling was a good player. Fran, what's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Niners having a great – yes, they are, DJD3. I think one of the best off seasons of any team is the San Francisco 49ers so far. I know Eagle fans don't want to hear that, but there's Nick Sirianni hugging Markeel Lemon. There's the Cardinals pick just came in. There's got Nick Sirianni hugging Markeel Lemon. There's Lemon walking through the facility. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm a Markeel Lemon fan. I like the player. I really just hope that the Eagles get the most, use him for what he should be used for. I really think the kid's going to be a really strong player. Deshae says he's stoned mowing his lawn listening to the stream. Sounds like a good Friday evening for you, my friend. I love mowing the lawn. Chase Basantis is going to go 34 overall. I thought that was a potential round two potential player here for the Birds. So the Cardinals take Texas A&M's guard, Chase Basantis. John liked him as a guard in the draft. I thought that he could have been an option today for the Philadelphia Eagles in round number 2. So Chase Basantis goes the second pick of round number 2. Good pick for the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals have had a nice draft. They draft Jeremiah Love number 3 overall. Boom, they go here and they get a guard to help him out, block for him. Obviously, running back's not running anywhere if he doesn't have guys blocking for him. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, Kyle, you want Jennings Dunker? Me too, dude. I'm a Jennings Dunker guy, and it's not just because of the mullet. Not just because of the mullet. Well, Angel, I don't think people were upset, dude. What I think is that we've seen great receivers here in Philly, and they just doesn't feel like they're getting utilized, So I think that's the concern there when we have other picks. But I do feel good about Markeel Lemon. I liked him. Nice. James Conner just read out the draft pick for the Cardinals. Pretty cool. Dynasty, what's up, man? I know there's a huge drop-off between Sadiq and the next guy, but any round 2 grade, absolute Dynasty, this is a great draft, man. This is a great draft for tight ends. Just because you missed on Sadiq does not mean you cannot get a tight end. I think Oscar Delp is a great player here. Max Clare out of Ohio State. I like Max Clare a little bit more than Oscar Delp. A lot of people seem to be on Oscar Delp. So I like both of them. Delp didn't get the production quite as much. He was in that offense with the Georgia quarterback who I was not a fan of this year. So he didn't get that wasn't a lot of production, but Eli Stowers is kind of a glorified pass catcher, so I don't think the Eagles would go that route, but Oscar Delp could be a good player for the Birds, and Max Clare is who I like out of Ohio State. But a couple good names, man. There's a lot more names than I just mentioned. Oh, let me pull up the same thing I did last night. I'll pull up the same thing I put up last night so you guys can see the board. There's the draft tracker, all right? So you can see over here the draft tracker. Obviously, we don't want that playing. So Chase Basantis, Deshaun Stribling are the 2 guys. Bills on the clock, Raiders, Giants, Texans, Browns, Chiefs, Bengals, Saints, Dolphins coming up next. All right, so a good list of names here, teams here that will fly off the board. We will do some scouting reports together. I want to remind you, it is round 2 and round 3. So there's going to be some names that none of us are familiar with, really. So we will kind of take a look at all of them. We will talk about all of them. We will even look some scouting reports here and do it all together. So it should be pretty good. The Bills are on the clock right now at pick 35. The pick is in on the TV. I don't know if it's come through yet, but it says the pick is in the corner. And we will see what they end up doing. Best O-line available, according to Mel Kiper, Emmanuel Pregnon out of Oregon. Logan Jones is 3. Jennings Dunker, 4. There was another name up there at 2. I missed it. Caden McDonald, Christian Miller, defensive lineman. Best 2 available there from Mel Kiper. Theo, going to be a long night. Yes, it is, man. I'm kind of screwed. I didn't have an opportunity to eat after Cilio's show. And My fiance's out of town. She's with my sisters. They're on a trip. My sisters are out of town. My mom is at my brother's house babysitting my niece. So I am in the home alone. Anybody who knows anything about me knows that I cannot cook. Although I did cook a steak for myself at 5, but it was just a steak. It was a piece of steak on a plate. That's it. There was no veggies. There was nothing there. So I haven't eaten. I might have to order some DoorDash or something, man. I don't know. I might have to DoorDash some food. I think my Amex Platinum card gives me 15 free bucks. So I might have to do some Amex Platinum Uber Eats or something. Yeah, I'm on the bachelor status. Kirsten, where are all the women in my life that normally take care of me? You know, all the women who normally take care of me. None of them are here tonight. I need my fiance, my soon-to-be wife. She takes great care of me. She cooks me a lot, quite a bit of food. Bills selected TJ Parker. Wow, there you go. Edge rusher TJ Parker for the Bills at 35 overall out of Clemson. Good player. I like TJ Parker. Wow, early in round 2 for him. Very early in round 2. I'll send you food. Email me, Z. I love you. What's your email, bro? Send it out. Send it out, man. Zander at JAKIB Sports. Hit me up. You want to order me some grub? I'm not a big fast food guy, but when you're the bachelor, to anything goes. I had pizza, and I had pizza too recently. I can't go pizza. Should I go like freaking McDonald's? I haven't had McDonald's in years. And is McDonald's any good anymore? Who knows? We'll draft around 8:30. I don't know. Yeah, probably 8:30. That's probably right. TJ Parker's already selected here, so. All right, the Texans traded up with the Raiders at pick 36. TJ Parker to the Bills is good. Don't get McDonald's. No good. I don't think there's a Chick-fil-A near me. Well, I don't know. I'm on Uber Eats, so I'm not on there right now. But if I'd Uber Eats, I'd have to do something that obviously can be delivered. I don't know. I'm not a fast food person, so I've been spoiled. My mom's 100% Italian. My sisters love they're great in the kitchen. My wife is great, and my fiance is great in the kitchen. Chick-fil-A near me. I don't think there's one near me. There's one near me. There's one near me. A couple miles away. I'm thinking McDonald's. Who? Katie McDonald in the draft or McDonald's for food? You got to clarify. All right, the Texans are on the board. They traded up. There you go. There's McDonald. He just went off the board, Kyle. He just went off the board. Katie McDonald's. Katie McDonald just went. Good call, Kyle Kokorski. Katie McDonald, defensive tackle out of Ohio State, just went to the Texans at 36 overall. That's a good pick. Texans jumped the Giants for a run stuff in DT. Yeah, the Giants needed one, so there you go. Yeah, Theo, why does our country do this, Theo? 14 ingredients, a bunch of shitty oils. They used to make McDonald's fries. It was a potato and it was tallow. I mean, I'll eat that. Why does our country do that? Just cheap, I guess. Just as cheap as you can make food to boost your profits, I guess. You can make money without having to snake your customer. I mean, I'd rather pay an extra $1 for the burger. I'll pay an extra $1 for the burger. Yeah, Katie McDonald. I was surprised Katie McDonald did not go last night. So he goes up the board here to Texans at pick 36 overall. So the Giants are now on the board. Boy, the Giants got to be pissed off. The Texans just came up and swooped him. Now, no in and out in Philly, man. No in and out in Philly. McDonald's is the Cowboys of fast food. Last great in 1993 and still training on past success. Well, how about this, Bob? Can they feed me for one night? That's all I want to know. Can they feed me one night? I'm going to have to take a break later in the show to scarf down a burger or some sorts. Burger sounds good now that we're talking about it. But, all right. 36 is done. So we're already on pick number 5 here of day number 2. So it moves a little quicker, as you can tell. Moves quicker, as you can tell. Who are the Giants going to go here? Yeah, Texans jump the Giants. That's hilarious. Not ideal for the Giants, who obviously would have taken Caden McDonald to replace Dexter Lawrence. But I love Chipotle. But the Giants are stupid. I've been saying this for the last couple of weeks, and it's been true for a long time. Joe Schoen is the worst general manager in all of football. It's not close. He is literally, think about every player. Every bad team still has good players. Every player that's been worth a damn to the New York Giants organization, he has botched in some way or another the contract, the negotiation, the publicity around it, everything. Every single time. Every single time. Now he's trying to get Caden McDonald. Instead of being aggressive and going and getting your guy, you let the Texans swoop right in and take him. Dude, trade to the top and get the damn guy you need. Trade to the top and get the guy you need. I don't get it. He's so bad. From an Eagles standpoint, it's been great. From an objective, analysis standpoint, it's horrible. It's horrible. Horrible job of the Giants GM. They had a good draft last night. I will give them that. Oh, cheesesteak. I could hammer a cheesesteak right now. Zander, do you think Howie makes a player trade this round? I think it's definitely likely. We're picking at 54 overall tonight. I think it's likely. I'm not likely, but possible for sure. I just don't know if – I don't know, Don. Do you think Howie's changed after trading away the 2 fourth-rounders? Yeah, 54, 68, and 98 are our 3 spots tonight. 54, 68, and 98. All right, those are the 3 spots tonight. So that's where the Eagles will be tonight. Yeah, 54, 68, 98. So 1 in round 2 is 54, and then 2 in round 3, 68 and 98. So 98's near the end of round 3. Very close to the end. Well, Caden McDonald's choked up. Good stuff, Caden. Giants are going to take a cornerback, Colton Hood at 37. Actually a good player. Giants are going to take a cornerback here. Yeah, Tennessee cornerback, Colton Hood. That's a good pick. Giants are going to take Colton Hood at 37 here. 37 overall is going to go Tennessee cornerback, Colton Hood. Am I mixing him up with another player, or is he the one who had an injury concern? No, it wasn't him. Who's the other corner I'm thinking of that had an injury concern? Jermon McCoy. That's it. That's it, right? McCoy? Yeah, they passed on McCoy. You make the way less boring. Kirsten, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah, Jermon McCoy. That's the one I was thinking of. Sorry, I mixed them up. A lot of names, guys. A lot of names I'm dealing with here. A lot of names. So Colton Hood out of Tennessee goes to the Giants. Maybe the injury of Jermon McCoy scared him off. Maybe the injury scared him off. I'm surprised Emmanuel McNeil-Warren isn't off the board yet. Jermon McCoy, he went to Tennessee too, right? So both of them are Tennessee players, I think. Jermon McCoy's a Tennessee guy as well. Yeah, McCoy and Hood, both Tennessee guys. So Denzel Boston's out there. Obviously, we don't need him. Wide receiver. Cassius Howell's out there. Yeah, the Giants, now they bolstered the secondary. So now they got Colton Hood and they could have had Downs. No, they didn't get Downs. Yeah, they got Arvell Reese. Arvell Reese, Francis Maui-Noah, and now Colton Hood. Yeah, imagine if they got Colton Hood with Caleb Downs. I don't know why they didn't take Caleb Downs. So Texans go trenches. They get Caden McDonald, and then last night they took Keelan Rutledge, guard out of Georgia Tech. Zion Young's out there. I like him. Out of Missouri. Zion Young, good player. Holy crap, Caden McDonald can barely speak. He's so choked up. Wow. Caden McDonald is choked up, man. That's cool. Holy dude. He can barely answer the questions. Caden McDonald, congrats, brother. Welcome to the NFL, brother. Dreams come true. It's a big one for him. He was choked up, though. That was cool. John, you must be a Penn State sycophant, as John calls you guys. I don't want Drew Aller. Stop it, John. You got Cam Hayward doing interviews here? Yeah, Zion Young is a solid player. Hayward is big. I'm wondering if the Eagles move up here. Whether I like it or not, bullshit, John. You're a Penn State sycophant. Drew Aller's not that good. Emmanuel Pregnon, or however you say his name, you think he's coming? I like McNeil Warren. I'd be happy with that. Zion Young would be a good one. Manster, what's up, my guy? Appreciate you being here, brother. David Mack, no doubt. My girl is bringing my loud pack. Don't get you a Diana. Get you a real Prince, come on, man. No doubt, Prince. No doubt. No doubt. Warren is the play. I'd be happy with Warren. I'm a Penn State fan, and Aller is a certified stiff. I agree. I don't know. If Emmanuel McNeil Warren keeps falling, I'd be pretty happy with that pick. Stooks or Delp. Traden Stooks, good player. Oscar Delp out of Georgia, good player. Traden Stooks was where? Arizona, right? Arizona safety, very good player. Versatile, I think. Rangy dude, good player. A lot of guys out there. This is where it always gets so interesting just because it's like everybody has a different board. And it's like in round one, like I said earlier, there's like a set group of guys that normally goes. Rounds 2 and 3, it immediately opens up. And it's just like even the top 5. Like I read an article earlier today, like the top 5 available talents on day 2. None of them have gone yet, and you're 5 picks in. So everybody's got a different. Yeah, Colton Hood, I think, is going to be a good pick for the Giants. There goes Traden Stooks. All right, Traden Stooks off the board there. The Raiders are going to take Arizona safety Traden Stooks, so he's off the board. Good player, another good defensive player off the board. They take him in front of Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Kind of a surprise. Kind of a surprise. I think Emmanuel McNeil Warren, if he falls down a little bit, that's a guy I think the Eagles could move up to go and get. But I don't know if they'll move up or not. Here. Colton Hood goes to the Giants there. Raiders take Traden Stooks, Caden McDonald, TJ Parker, Chase Basantis, and Deshaun Stribling. So all pretty solid picks so far in the round 2 here of the draft. I like most of these players. I know that's the one concern with him is he's very physical player, very aggressive player. Super athletic, high energy type of player. What pump? Why do you say that? Just because you don't think he fits with Vic Fangio? Fangio likes a more disciplined type of safety. I like him. I like McNeil Warren. There's a dude on the mic right now doing a pick for the Raiders, and he's shouting out Mother's Day. That's pretty dope. Mother's Day is May 10th. You know what else is Mother's Day, folks? You know what day I was born, folks? May 10th is Mother's Day. May 10th is also your boy's birthday, which I don't give a shit about. It's another day in the week. But I was born on Mother's Day. How's that for a Mother's Day gift? All right? How's that for a Mother's Day gift? You might think your mama loves you, but my mama loves me more. My mama loves me more. Browns take Denzel Boston. All right, so the Browns take Denzel Boston, the Washington wide receiver. Interesting pick there. I guess they're loading up for Shedeur Sanders. Damn. Wait, May 10th, the wedding anniversary? Nice, man. Nice. And Emmanuel, I read the scouting report and kind of heard that as well. Sidney Brown-esque. So the Browns take wide receiver Denzel Boston. I guess a target there for Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if they're going to commit to Sanders. Do they think Sanders is the future? Probably not. Not really sure. Boy, Caden McDonald, he was crying. He was blubbering. Long night ahead of us, folks. Last year, my Day 2 draft live show was 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. I don't know if it'll be that long this year, but it'll be a night action-packed with a lot of draft picks, maybe some food rolling in. Who knows what'll happen? Who knows what'll happen? I like a night where it's just work. You just work all night. Manster says I'm crying like 5. Oh, Manster, whenever you show up, boy, you got some shit to say. That's always been true with Manster. Guys got some shit to say, always. Guys always got something to say. And I don't have enough. Boy, I'm telling you, I'm starting a cannabis brand just to sell it to JAKIB Nation. I mean, you guys are, every time I'm on the air at night, you guys are like, I'm lit up, I'm stoned, I'm this. I'm like, dang. Everybody's having a good time out there. Yeah, Denzel Boston, Prince, he's huge, dude. Big ass receiver. 6'4", 212. Monster. Angelo's dropped off. That'd be sick. Sure, Connor. Go for it. Zander at jakibsports.com. I'll just forward it to him. All right, Chiefs are taking pick number 40 here is the Chiefs. After the Browns just picked up Denzel Boston, they're going to take Mason Thomas, the edge rusher out of Oklahoma. It's like R. Mason Thomas or something. What's the deal with that? Why is his name R. Mason? What does that mean? Does anybody know what that means? R. Mason Thomas? Can I just say Mason Thomas? Xander, I'm watching ESPN and you're a pick ahead of me. Gregory, you know why? I got superpowers, my friend. I got superpowers, Gregory. Philly 500 cried. Yeah, Philly 500 is hilarious. I love him. A lot of edges going. Yeah, that's right. What's up with this guy's name being R. Mason? Because anybody explain? Big Z, stay on the grind. Just got done my shift. Gonna enjoy the night. Let's go, Betty boy. Appreciate you for being here, man. We'll be live all night. Rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft here. Does anybody remember my round 2 coverage last year? Was anybody here for it? My day 2 coverage? If you remember, I had to go to a birthday party for my mom. And then I had like the veal parm. You guys remember that? That was hilarious. I had the veal parm. I don't think I'll have veal parm this time. Yeah, but if he likes his middle name better, then let me just call you Mason Thomas. Why do I have to say R. Mason? I don't get it. First name is R. I don't know what that means. Joe Hayden's announcing the pick. 3-time Pro Bowler. Nice. My smile. Were you here for that? Do you remember me eating veal parm last year? Boy, the picks are flying in right now. Bengals take the pick at 41. They take Cassius Howell, Texas A&M defensive end. Damn, I like Cassius Howell. I liked Cassius Howell. Has to do with family tradition. I don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means. Call me R. Zander. I'm R. Zander. I'm not hating. I'm just wondering. I'm not hating at all. All right, so Cassius Howell's off the board now. Jeez, a lot of good players going here already. Stribling, Denzel Boston. The Chiefs took who did the Chiefs take? They took I already forget. Mason Thomas. Oh, R. Mason, duh. And then the Bengals take Cassius Howell at 41. So Saints coming up next. Saints, Dolphins, Jets, Ravens, Bucks, Colts, Falcons, Vikings, Lions. So kind of the same as that first round. I think you might be right about that. What position do the Eagles need to go here? That's the question. Is it tight end? Kirsten says, "Hey Z, do you think any O-line are worth taking?" Yeah, I mean, I think so. Kirsten, look at Landon Dickerson, look at Cam Jurgens. Tyler Steen was a third-round pick. You can always get good guys. It's just they're not the names that jump out anymore. They're not the names that jump out. So, but that doesn't mean there's no guys out there. Dang, I liked Cassius Howell. Tight end or O-line. Halpin says tight end or O-line. I could see that. Pick is so far away. It's not that far away, dude. We're like 12 picks away. Not far away at all. What are you talking about? We're like, 41. We're picking at 54. We're 13 picks out. And we already got the 41. So we're at 42. We're 12, 13 picks out. Yeah, I like Pregnon, the O lineman. Draft Jermod McCoy, dude. We got enough corners. I don't think we need to draft Jermod McCoy. We have bigger needs right now. We have bigger fish to fry. Jeez, this Thomas dude can rush the passer, huh? You guys think they had to pay Smitty to go to the Sixers game with Makai Lemon? Didn't look like he wanted to be there. What's the time clock? I think it's 5 minutes, buddy boy. I think it's 5 minutes instead of 8. Pretty sure it's 5. Yeah, safety. We could use a safety bad. I would take Delp too. I like Delp. I'm good with Delp. Saints are going to take Georgia defensive tackle Christian Miller at 42. All right, so the Saints are going to take Christian Miller at 42. Boy, Jordan Schultz is ahead of everybody on the draft stuff. Yeah, we need a safety. Philly Don, my bold prediction on Tanner McKee is that the Eagles give him an extension. They're going to give him a 2 or 3 year extension. That's why I don't think they're drafting a quarterback. I think they want to keep him. I think they want to keep Tanner McKee. I think they extend Tanner. I know people think they got Dalton, so they'll trade Tanner, but I know it's a bold take, but I know it's unlikely even as well. But I think extending Tanner McKee makes sense. Give him a 3-year, $18 million deal with 13 or 14 guaranteed. You know, that's probably more than he'll get on the backup market. He hasn't played enough to get a Malik Willis type of deal, and he's more valued in Philly than probably anywhere else. So I think he would take the deal, and I think it'd be good value for the Birds. And you have your backup quarterback, and you have if you need to, or if Jalen goes down, or whatever the case may be, or if Jalen struggles with this offense, who knows? Now you got Tanner McKee there, so I'd be good with that. That's something I think they should do, actually. Yeah, Curtis, I don't think we're getting a real number one here. That's why I was okay with trading potentially the number 2 pick for Jonathan Grenard. Here's Big T's World. What's up, man? I wouldn't be surprised if they make AJ stay and play his contract out. Just because you cry and moan doesn't mean your situation will change. Maybe, but they want to get the pick, dude. If they can get a first-round pick, they're not going to try and teach AJ a lesson at the cost of a first-round pick. Marquise Colston announced in the draft pick. A lot of good people announcing it. You guys said it's Westbrook tonight for the Birds, right? All right, so Christian Miller goes. Dolphins are up next. I want Tanner. No, that's not why. I just think he should be good. It should be here, but I mean, it will be content. Purpose, what's up, man? Big Z, let's go. Remember, Jalen has a purpose. Hopefully, Howie's purpose is working his magic. Wait a second. Is your name Purpose Isn't Passing for Jalen Hurts? That's a violation. I got to call a violation on that, my friend. Are you kidding me? Purpose isn't passing. He's a quarterback. Come on, man. Come on. Don't make me go down that road. I think I'm going to give away some lemon jerseys. What do you think? I think I'm going to give away some lemon jerseys. All right, so Christian Miller, Cassius Howell, R. Mason Thomas, Denzel Boston, Traden Stoops. Some good names coming off the board right now. Some good names coming off the board. That's hilarious. Buddy boy, I know you love Hurts. Hand it off, Hurts. Lemon jerseys for the win. I like lemon. Cowboys just made a trade. Cowboys trading for 49ers linebacker Dean Winters. All right, so they pick up a linebacker. Dolphins here. All right, so the Cowboys get D. Winters. So the Cowboys just do a player trade. They get 25-year-old D. Winters. Texas Christian kid, 5'11", 227. Now it doesn't look like for anything. I don't know what. Just says the Cowboys are acquiring D. Winters. Doesn't say yet for what. Buddy boy, I actually don't remember that. I don't recognize your username that well, dude. I'm sorry. Was it different in the past? I normally remember everybody, or at least I try to. I know he's crashed out on Hurts and Herbert. I know that. Z-Dog needs some Dunkin'. I could use some Dunkin'. Maybe that's what I'll use my Uber Eats on. My $15 Uber Eats. Get me a Dunkin', please. I was losing my voice last night, so I got to be a little bit. I got to temper. I think I got a 4-hour stream in front of me here. Dolphins are taking Texas Tech linebacker JAKIB Rodriguez at 43. Ari Marov writes, he was the heartbeat of Texas Tech's defense. Rodriguez brings elite instincts and playmaking ability, totaling 128 tackles with 7 forced fumbles and 4 interceptions last season. All right. So another linebacker off the board. Texas Tech's JAKIB Rodriguez goes to the Dolphins. All right, here we go. We're getting closer, though. We're at 44. We're 10 picks out. 10 picks out. 10 picks out for the Birds. The draft logo this year is terrible. It's like Green Bay colors. Yeah, Jermod McCoy's still on the board. Avion Terrell's still on the board. All right, so you got Jermod McCoy, Zion Young, Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker out of Texas, Avion Terrell out of Clemson, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety out of Toledo, Chris Brazell, wide receiver out of Tennessee, Emmanuel Pregnon, guard out of Oregon. I think that might be the pick right there. Lions just traded up to pick 44. All right, so the Lions just traded up. Lions just traded up. Yeah, Kirsten, what's up with that thing? The green, it's like green and yellow. It's ugly as shit. Who the Lions going to go with? They just traded up. So the Lions gave up 50 and 128 to go to 44. It's not crazy. You think they went up for Pregnon? Maybe. Maybe. They did draft Blake Miller in round 1. But they did lose a bunch of linemen. Trying to see who the Lions are getting here. I can see it. I can see it. Guard out of Oregon, 6'4" and a 4, 315. Ultra durable and experienced. Pregnon is the prototypical frame of a downhill blocker. He'll get beat the first contact, but usually reclaims the rep using well-placed hands, a broad base, and upper body power to displace and finish with authority. Probably one of the best offensive linemen left right now is him. I take Max Clare. I like Max Clare. The people in Pittsburgh aren't too smart. They call it yellow gold. That's hilarious. Eric Long says, do you think we go say? I'm not sure. I appreciate you being here, bro. I'm not sure. I would like it if the dude, you get to round 2. It's like you got to get the value. It all depends how the board falls. But yeah, we need a damn safety, so I'll be good with it. I took a wide receiver last night, so I was itching for an offensive lineman. But if you're not going to get the right dude, I'm not. You don't want to force it. So the Cowboys traded the 5th rounder for D. Winters. Lions take Derek Moore out of Michigan. Wow. All right, defensive end. So the Lions go trenches on the defensive side of the ball. They go Derek Moore. Where's Derek Moore on this list? Sam Roush. I like Sam Roush. It might be Zion Young. Yeah, I could see it. I don't think safety. I don't see playing a rookie in second-year play. I'm kind of with you on that. Used to be really active in the older days of the channel. Last year, not so much. All good, man. I get it. We all got life happening to us, brother. Hopefully everything's all right with you, and I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here right now. All right, Ravens on the clock. Lions take Derek Moore. Pittsburgh tells you all their jerseys are black and gold. What do they mean? I mean, doesn't anybody know the famous song by Wiz Khalifa? Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Yeah, all right. You know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow. Come on, man. I loved Wiz Khalifa. That song came out when I was in like grade school. It's like one of the first rap songs I think I remembered, like word for word. All right, so Lions pick up defensive end Derek Moore. Now you got the Ravens on the clock. Bucks, Colts, Falcons, Vikings coming up next. Vitality, what's up, man? What's up? Nah, I went to St. Joe's Prep in the city. Nah, yeah, I didn't go to O'Hara. I knew a couple people. I knew a bunch of people who did, but I didn't go there. Yeah, St. Joe's. Yep, St. Joe's Prep. Class of what was I class of? I don't even remember. 2016. 16. All right, Young's off the board. Zion Young goes to the Ravens. So the Ravens are going to take Missouri's and Zion Young. All right, that's a good pick. Damn, I thought he would be somebody maybe the Eagles could go for at 54. I thought he was slipping. That might have been a player, but he goes to the Ravens. The Ravens always freaking seem to take Eagle players. Damn. Another edge. They took Vega in round 1, too. Vitality, there's your guy, brother, out of Missouri. There's your guy. You got that. Do I have an accent? Do I have an accent? The heck's my accent? I don't think I have an accent. Grenard? Give me Grenard. Take my pick. Pelly Cocker says take the pick. I don't know. I think Aller's round 3. I need a drink. Give me 1 sec, guys. All right, I'm working with 2 drinks tonight. I got more in the queue if I need it. I got more on deck if I need them. I got pure seltzer, and I got orange squeeze. Orange squeeze. Let's see if orange squeeze is any good. All right, so the Ravens take Zion Young. A good selection for the Ravens. We will be all right. You think so, Mac Perez? I think so too. Mini fridge. I just got a fridge right outside the door. Yeah. I keep that thing stocked with my drinks. Oh, orange is good. No lemon seltzer today. I had one yesterday. Yeah, I do. That's exactly what I have around there. I should take that off. Let me take that off. It's not going to come off that easy. Look what I did. That's been there for like a year, literally. Now I made it worse. I made it worse. All right, here we go. So Ravens just take Zion Young. Who are the Bucks taking? Oh, Josiah Trotter. Wow, back-to-back Missouri players. Josiah Trotter goes to the Bucks. All right. Back-to-back Missouri players. Vitality, it's a big day for you. Yeah, Halpin, you just made me mess up the Dan Painter's tape. I gotta block you out, bro. I gotta block you out. Mizzou. Big pick, Josiah Trotter. Josiah Trotter goes. Here's some news in the NFL. This is like so random. Like, why does the NFL release stuff like this right now? It's like in the middle of the draft, and they put out, just announced, the Ravens will face the Cowboys on September 27th in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Thanks for the draft update, I guess. We're playing in Brazil. I don't give a shit about Brazil. What do I care about the Brazil game in the middle of the draft? And they're teaching me about Brazil. Yeah, it's not stuck that hard. I don't need Goo Gone. I got plenty of Goo Gone. Believe me, I love Goo Gone. That shit's awesome. It doesn't need Goo Gone. It just needs me to be attentive for a quick second. But I'm in the middle of a show. You know, he preyed on my ADHD and he got me to go and pick it. Yeah, they're hard, bro. All right, who we got? Josiah Trotter's next. Yeah, it is. Draft is dragging by. Yeah, it is a little bit. Let's see. What tight ends we got left here? You got Max Clare, Sam Roush, Eli Stowers, Nate Borkircher, Oscar Delp, Jack Endries, Eli Raridan, Justin Jolly, Michael Trigg at a Baylor. A lot of tight ends. Ton of tight ends, folks. Tons of tight ends. All right, so we got Josiah Trotter already went. I think the NFL told the reporters they can't put him out that quick. Because last night the pics were coming out on Twitter literally like 8 minutes before the broadcast. Rondé Barber's chirping at the Philly fans. Congrats to Josiah Trotter, boy. How cool is that for Jeremiah Trotter? Both his sons back-to-back drafts. Or no, was Trotter 2 years ago now? Yeah, 2 years ago, wasn't he? Or maybe it was last year. I don't know. It all runs together. Colts trade back. So Colts trade back with the Steelers, who will now pick 47. All right, so the Colts are about to trade out of that pick. Philly Don, is that what you do? Are you a painter? Is that your main profession, Don, or is that just kind of what you do now? I know you're closer to retired now, aren't you, Don? I don't know that I'll ever retire, folks. I think I'll work till I'm dead. I'd be good with that. All right, so the Steelers trade up. Who are they going to take here? I saw that, DC Mike. You guys got D winners. I mean, it's okay. What do you want? What, DC Mike, what do you want me to put a crown on your head? You traded the 5th-round pick for D winners. I remember when you guys told me that Logan Wilson was the big trade, too. Steelers going where? Who they going? Jeremy Bernard? Is that what they went? Alabama wide receiver, Jeremy Bernard. Might be Jeremy Bernard. Is that who you're projecting, Drozone, or did you see that somewhere? Yeah, Jeremy Bernard. There it is. All right, Steelers move up to 47 and take Alabama wide receiver Jeremy Bernard. Yo, buddy boy, that's awesome, dude. I didn't know you worked with YouTube. Hit me up. I love YouTube, man. I got like 5 channels, too. I got like 5 channels. Jacob's obviously my #1 channel. Said that my whole life, see, till I retired. I don't know, Rich. I don't think I can do it, man. I got to do something. I'll smoke too many cigars and kill myself if I don't do it. Geez, that came off wrong. I mean, smoke cigars. That'll be a detriment to my health is what I meant. Buddy boy, email me, dude. I love that stuff. I read YouTube stuff all the time, dude. Love the YouTube biz. Zander, JAKIBsports.com. Eagles, Michael McNeil Warren. So Jeremy Bernard. I like Jeremy Bernard. Good player at Alabama last year. Yeah, no. I'm good, man. I'm good. No worries. Trust me. I'm good. I promise you. I promise you. Mentally strong. Mentally strong. All right. You think Eagles are going to trade back? We're getting closer here. We're at pick 48, Atlanta. So we're 6 picks out here. 6 picks out. There's the Eagles right there, 22. 22 in the round, 54 overall. After the debacle with Markeel Lemon, the Steelers got a wide receiver in round 2 with Jeremy Bernard. Yeah, so Steelers get their guy, or get a receiver. Zander's struggling without a cook. It's very true, bro. You guys don't understand. I know you guys are like all air fryer merchants and stuff, and you guys can air fry things and think that makes you. All right, 48. All right, so Steelers go Jeremy Bernard. I actually like that pick for them. They traded up to do it. Falcons, Vikings. So Falcons coming in next. Is my internet holding up a little better now, by the way? Sorry, I got to post something up on the channel. I just got a video uploaded. All right, we're getting close to the Eagles pick here. No news yet on the next pick. The last guy to go off the board was still Jeremy Bernard. All right, sorry. Had to do a little production there in the air. Apologize. Michael says, I can cook my ass off. There you go. There you go. Good for you, brother. All right, Avion Terrell comes off the board. I'm not surprised there. I'm not surprised there. His brother's obviously A.J. Terrell, all-pro cornerback. All-pro cornerback. As you said that, I froze. I don't know what's going on, man. I get so annoyed at the internet. Bob Brown, what's going on, man? I did. I jinxed it. Lozana Carmen, what's up from Facebook? Your live keeps freezing. Sorry about that. Hang in there. My audio should be good, though. My audio should be good. All right, so Avion Terrell goes to the Falcons. Solid pick. Solid pick for Avion Terrell. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking tight end. There's just a lot of names at tight end. Max Clare's still there. All the guys are still there. You know, edge rusher, who's out there? Everybody went, dude. I mean, you want Romello Height, you want Danny Dennis Sutton. Those are round 3 guys. I'll take Pregnon. I'm with you on that, Bob. I'm good with that, dude. Avion Terrell just went. So give me the Oregon guard. I think that could be the pick. Yeah, but Trigg is way later in the draft, Vitality. Michael Trigg is coming. He's not coming now. Jennings Dunker. I love Jennings Dunker. Have you guys seen Jennings Dunker? Jennings Dunker is a savage. I mean, Jennings Dunker is a straight savage. Here he is. I'll show you. Look at him. Look at Jennings Dunker. Epic. Epic. That looks like an offensive lineman, doesn't it? That looks like a freaking O lineman right there. Look at that. Look at that ginger mullet. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me? I'll take Jennings Dunker all day. No, Warren's still there. That's pretty cool. Avion Terrell goes right with his brother in Atlanta. Wow. AJ Terrell and his brother, Avion Terrell. That is sick, bro. That is literally as sick as it gets. Are you kidding me? I got a brother who's my best friend, man. Can you imagine hugging your brother? You just got drafted to the same program where your brother's an all-pro. Man, that's dope. All right, the Panthers just traded up. So the Panthers trade up with the Vikings. They jump 2 spots. They jump the Jets. What do they need here? This could be Pregnon. Bob, this could be bad news for you. I thought the Panthers were going to take. Yeah, they took a tackle in round 1. Now they're not going to go Pregnon too. I don't think so, at least. All right, so the Vikings move down. Panthers go up. Who will the Panthers take here? A lot of ways. This is the crazy part of day 2. Like, it can go so many ways. Panthers are going to go O-line. They took last night safety, wide receiver, tight end, D-line. Are they going tight end? Maybe Warren. I could see that. I could see Warren here. Emmanuel McNeil Warren at Toledo, safety. So the Panthers jumped up. Who'd they take? Still nothing for me yet. Still nothing for me yet. No, I don't think Eli Stowers, but maybe. Who knows? Could be McCoy. Jermod McCoy out of Tennessee. Could be Jermod McCoy. All right, so I'm going to try and get John on right after the pick, guys, for the Eagles, whenever that comes. Panthers take DT Lee Hunter. Wow, 6'3", 322. Run stuffing ability and leadership qualities out of Texas Tech. DT Lee Hunter. Lee Hunter for the Panthers. Boy, did they have to jump up 2 to grab him? Did they have to jump up 2 to grab him? Did they? I mean, I guess maybe they thought the Jets were going to take him. I don't understand. I mean, if the Vikings wanted him, why would they have traded back? D. Hunter. So Lee Hunter goes. That's a big fella, is right. That's a big fella. Lee Hunter. Oh, don't tell me X is going down. Oh, gosh. Surprised to see another nose go. Nothing for the Giants, which is good. Eagles coming up. Eagles coming up. So we got 2 Emmanuels at the top here. I think Pregnon. I think Bob Brown might be right. That's a good enough tackle to take, or guard to take in round 2, I think. 6'4", 315. Here's the analysis on Emmanuel Pregnon. Ultra durable and experienced. That's good news right there. Pregnon is the prototypical frame of a downhill blocker. He'll get beat the first contact, but usually reclaims the rep using well-balanced or well-placed hands, a broad base and upper body power to displace and finish with authority. Range and foot quickness are average as a move blocker and lead to block leakage against slants. In pass pro, he leverages his length well and is quick to detect twist and blitz development. Long pass slides and forward lunges invite counters from skilled sub-package rushers, but protection isn't a major concern. He'll be an older rookie who projects as a good plug-and-play starter and immediate run-blocking upgrade. Sounds like a Jeff Stoutland guy to me, Bob. Sounds like a Jeff Stoutland pick. Let me text John, see if he's hearing anything. A lot of different ways to go here, guys. A lot of different ways to go here for the Eagles. Jets are on the clock right now. Vikings, Packers, Colts are who's picking. So the Jets pick is in. I don't think they've announced it yet, but you could probably think about like guys like Eli Sowers. I don't think the Birds would take, but Oscar Delp, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Bud Clark, Gabe Jacobs, Danny Dennis Sutton, Caleb Tiernan, Emmanuel Pregnon, Jennings Dunker. These are all names who could be likely. That's from Jeff McClain. Who did they just take? Who did the Jets just take? Jets took cornerback D'Angelo Ponce out of Indiana. Good player, actually. All right, cornerback D'Angelo Ponce out of Indiana. He's 5'8". This guy's tiny. 5'8". D'Angelo Ponce, 182. Holy shit, he is tiny. I'm bigger than him. I'm 5'10". And probably, I don't know how much I weigh. I probably shouldn't check. Probably more than 182, though. My ass been working too much. I got to get to a gym. Ooh, 5'8". That's small. Tiny but feisty. I don't think he can't play because he's tiny, but it's definitely something to look at. Race, I do not weigh that. No, I definitely weigh a lot. Last I checked, I was like 190. I don't know what I weigh now. Not good. Another Big Ten player about to be exposed. There he is, Sean McKay. So D'Angelo Ponce, boy, 50 overall. Undersized at 5'8", 180. Ultra competitive with strong instincts, high football IQ, and a nose for the ball. Congrats, Vitality. Good job, brother. Man, here's Mendoza put in a comment. The best corner I've played or played against. He's the top of the totem pole, and he gave me a lot of trouble. He picked off a couple of times. Game changer. Now, I'm not 210. If I'm 210, we got a problem. I'm not 210. Dylan, what are you talking about? We're talking about the fucking NFL draft, dude. That's all we do is size up dudes. Gnarly. I know. That's why I don't get too far into it. Some people love the draft. I'm like, I like it, but I just cover it. JD3 says Grenard is too expensive. Aaron Glenn doing some good things. Best safety available? I guess Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, right? I mean, Jalen Kilgore, AJ Halsey, Bud Clark, Zakee Wheatley. Probably Kilgore or Warren. I think Warren is, but all right, what are the Vikings doing here? Halsey, you like Halsey? All right, Eagles a couple picks away. Vikings pick is in. Yeah, Vikings are picking. They're not trading it. I think if Pregnon is there, maybe they don't need to overthink it. Draft talk is great. Guessing the weight of Zander is gay. That's funny. That's a funny comment. Dylan, are you not secure in yourself over there, Dylan? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Relax, relax. Jake Goldie, linebacker out of Cincinnati, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Interesting pick there. Interesting pick there. Kakao, thank you, man. I appreciate you. All right, so we're getting closer here. We're now 2 picks away. Packers are on the clock. Vikings just took Jake Goldie, linebacker out of Cincinnati, a senior. I don't know much about him. I won't lie to you. I'll read it to you about him. There he goes. Goldie is a big, explosive linebacker with the game best suited for work near the line of scrimmage. He attacks climbing blockers with heavy, aggressive hands. All right. I mean, it's a shit pick. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. Relax. All right. Let's see who's going next. So Jake Goldie off the board. Now where are we at? Now we got Packers, Colts, Eagles. The Packers pick is in. So let me see if I can get it. You heard Vic really like Jacobs? I don't know how to say his name. Can they just give me a damn easy name I can pronounce? Gabe Jacobs, that's the Illinois edge rusher? Maybe. Yeah, Jordan Schultz gets things really early, dude. All right, the network's going to a commercial break. No food yet for your boy Z. I'm feeling pretty good, though. I'm still feeling pretty good. That steak is holding me over. I had a fat 8-ounce steak. Drop that thing on a freaking cast iron. Boom. Salt, pepper. Done. Baste it in butter a little bit. Cooked. All right, so 52. We got Packers, Colts, Eagles. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. What position you guys feeling? What are you guys thinking on the position right now? Tight end, edge, O-line, safety. What do you guys think? Guard, O-line. Packers just took South Carolina cornerback Brandon Sissy. Brandon Sissy went off the board out of South Carolina, junior. 5'11 and 3/4, 189. Good production score, good athleticism score. Explosive athleticism and upside, but a refinement runway might be needed to smooth some of the rougher edges. That's the Packers' first overall pick. All right, so 1 pick away now. 1 pick away. Brandon Sissy's coming off the board to the Packers. Colts are on the board now. Nah, dude, if they go Carson Beck, I will revolt. I will revolt. I'll end the stream and drive down to the NovaCare complex. Carson Beck, are you kidding me? I'd rather have that stiff out of Penn State. I'd rather have that Penn State stiffler. All right. So Sissy's in. Colts need an edge, linebacker, safety, O-line. All right, so they basically need a bunch of stuff that we need. Edge, safety, O-line. 4K Drew, is that what they're calling him in Penn State land? All right, so Colts on the board. We do need a kicker. I'm so sick of Jake Elliott. 2 straight years, and they're just like holding on to him like he's like our most prized possession. McNeil Warren. I wouldn't be mad at it, Bryce. I won't be mad at it. You guys like, a lot of people like Emmanuel McNeil Warren. All right, dude, just announce the pick. Guy's getting up there singing a hymn. Ba 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 da 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 da. Dude, just announce the damn pick or say something cool. What's it called when you make music with just your mouth? What's that called? Isn't there a name for that? I thought there was a name for that. Eagles are on the clock. Eagles are on the clock. Did they trade up or are they on the clock? I see Johnny Mack just tweeted, Eagles are on the clock. I don't see the 53rd overall pick, though, yet. No, not beatbox. There's a name for it. It's not beatbox, you numbnuts. All of you. Beatbox. Beatbox. All right, here we go. Eagles on the clock. Who went at 53? Does anybody know? Who did the Colts take? It's not humming either. Is it a cappella? Is that what it is? Learn to sing, Z. I'm not a very good singer. I'm a good singer in my car. That's about it. Sing the Chili Peppers. All right, Twitter keeps going down. I don't know why. All right, who the Eagles going with here? Eagles on the clock. I'm trying to get you guys the reaction instantly. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Pat McAfee's announcing for the Colts. Pat, I still don't see the damn Colts pick. Oh, Pat, just make the announcement, dude. Wow, Eagles draft tight end Eli Stowers. Holy shit. How many times did I say I liked him and John told me I was crazy? No, they're not drafting him. He's a glorified receiver. Wow. Wow. Eli Stowers. Let's pull up the draft prospect here. Here it is. 6'3" and 3/4, 239. Great athleticism score. Here we go. Player bios there. Lance Zierlein gives you the projection. Projected in round 2. That's exactly where he went. Eli Stowers has officially been drafted at number 54 overall by the Philadelphia Eagles. The tight end of the future has landed. Stowers is an explosive quarterback convert with just 3 years at the tight end position. He's an excellent athlete with long arms, but needs to keep filling out his frame. He's a natural pass catcher with an outstanding catch radius and massive run after catch talent. While his route running and contested catch ability need work, he excels at moving the chain on screens and short catches. He has the speed to threaten downfield against linebackers. His run blocking ceiling might be low, but his traits create above average potential as a pass catching F tight end, fitting the growing trend of utilizing 2 and 3 tight end sets more heavily. Wow. Eli Stowers for the Philadelphia Eagles has been selected at 54 overall. I am very surprised by this. This is a name that I did not think the Eagles would draft because John just told me he didn't think that they were going to go that. Wow, Eli Stowers has landed for the Philadelphia Eagles. Do you guys feel good about this? What's the initial reaction here in the chat? Last year, he played 2025. He was a first-team AP All-American, won the John Mackey Award for the nation's top tight end and the William V. Campbell Trophy, a.k.a. the Academic Heisman. He's a first-team All-SEC player, led the team with 62 receptions, 769 yards, 12.4 per, and 4 touchdowns, played in 12 games with 5 starts. Wow. 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 Eagles' first pick of day 2 has landed. Eagles' first pick of day 2 has landed. I am a little surprised here. All right. It is very clear, guys, that the Eagles are fully and 100% committed to this new offense. They are fully 100% committed to this new offense. This is now not a run block type tight end at all. All right, Brian Westbrook just announced the pick. What do you guys think? Let me take some comments from the great people of JAKIB Nation on the latest draft pick by the Philadelphia Eagles, Eli Stowers. Okay, tight end out of Vanderbilt. 2025 John Mackey Award winner. They're playing the highlights right now on ESPN. You can watch them a little bit in the backdrop right there. So a great pass catcher. They use him in an interesting way. He almost looks to me like a wide receiver, literally. He almost looks like a wide receiver. First team AP All-American. There he's lined up outside. Yeah, this guy is a glorified wide receiver. He does not look like a tight end to me in terms of physique. Does not look like a tight end to me in terms of physique. All right, so the Philadelphia Eagles have taken Eli Stowers. There he is. Stowers is an explosive quarterback convert. I read that whole that thing for you. Jeremy Fowler just put out Eli Stowers is a tight end, but some teams evaluated him as a big receiver, similar to Michael Pittman. Eagles will have versatility with him. Boy, they are giving everything. They are giving everything to Sean Mannion right now. And Gabe Jacobs goes to pick after us, by the way, to the Chargers. Gabe Jacobs is going to go to pick after us to the Chargers. Excuse me, the Patriots. They traded with the Chargers. Sorry, they traded with the Chargers. So we kind of just got like a pseudo tight end that's more wide receiver-esque. Let me see if I can get Mick Mullen on. Oh, boy. Can he block? No, he's Calcaterra. He's like Calcaterra. Pass catcher only. Another guy to pass catch. I guess so, Bob. I don't understand it, but. Yeah, I'm with you. Very interesting pick. Very interesting pick. They're loading up, man. They're getting offensive playmakers. They're getting offensive playmakers. Curtis, I'm with you. This is what I don't really understand. Curtis says, Zander, I mean, what the F are we doing? Am I lost or is Jalen still the quarterback? I mean, we are setting up, or are we setting up for 2027? I don't know, Curtis. I really don't, dude, because this is just not Jalen Hurts' skill set to throw the ball all over the middle of the field, to have tight ends that can't block, to have, you draft a receiver last night who 80% of his production comes between the numbers. Don't get me wrong. I like the two players. I do like the two players. I like Markeel Lemon. I like Eli Stowers. I loved Eli Stowers, and I said it to John and on Birds 365, and he kind of shot it down right away. I remember I never brought him up again. So the players are good. I don't. That's not the offense we've ever run. And forget we've ever run. Jalen Hurts has never run this type of offense. He's never run this type of offense. So I guess they're just projecting he's going to. I don't know. I like the pick, though. I mean, I'm not upset at the pick. I think the player's a really good player. Nah, Caleb, he's a good player, man. He's a good player. The pressure's on Jalen, man. He's going to have to show up here. He's going to have to deliver the goods because I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on this offense this year with these guys coming in. Martez, I hope you're right, man. Jalen's going to have an MVP season. I hope you're right, dude. Here's Johnny Mack. Let's go to John McMullen right now. Set to join me here on a special draft edition, all right, of the show. Let's bring him in right now. Johnny Mack, welcome into the program, my friend. Eli Stowers is the Eagles' second-round pick at number 54 overall. Your initial reaction, tight end out of Vanderbilt, landed in Philly.
Yeah, another playmaker. My immediate reaction is more to do with Jalen Hurts than anything else from the standpoint of, I mean, they are taking away every excuse for this passing game. This is a big-time athlete, a big-time playmaker. You think about the first-round pick, slot receiver does almost all his work in the middle of the field. Now you have a flex receiver does most of his work in the middle of the field. It's almost a triangulation. It's like no more excuses, from that standpoint of, what's going on here. A little bit surprised from a foundational perspective, obviously.
John, I got big news, man. I got to cut you off. I'm sorry. We have huge news here. All right, John, first off, can you talk? Make sure you talk into your mic. You're a little low, all right, brother? The Eagles have officially traded for Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Grenard from the Vikings. They send their third-round pick tonight, number 98 overall. And listen to this, everybody. A 4-year, $100 million contract extension that includes $50 million, fully guaranteed. Jonathan Grenard is the newest Philadelphia Eagle on top of Eli Stowers, who they just drafted at 54 overall. Holy shit, Johnny Mack.
Yeah, that one makes a little more sense, and that's what Minnesota, I was just about to say, Minnesota drafted Jake Galday in the second round, who's listed as a linebacker, but he's more of an overhang player, so that was a clear indication that they were going to move on from Grenard. The only question, I thought the Eagles could kind of take advantage of him. I thought it would be 60, their first third-round pick, to get it done with their second third-round pick. And then obviously about $25 million, that's where we started it at, and he got exactly that. So, yeah, I mean, that to me is a big-time move. I said that's your centerpiece. All of a sudden you have one of the best edge rooms in the NFL by making that move. So I think that's a huge deal, and a far bigger even than drafting Eli Stowers. That, from an offensive perspective, just to button that up real quick, again, you're almost triangulating the quarterback, saying, all right, no more excuses. In this defensive move, big time. Can't say enough about it. I've said it pretty consistently on the show. Eagles fans are going to fall in love with this guy. So explosive as a pass rusher. Just a huge, huge move for the Philadelphia Eagles.
John, what do you make of the contract? We obviously don't know the full numbers yet, and it's only $50 million guaranteed, so it's probably, my guess would be, it's an Eagles-esque contract where they have an out after 2 years, but he is going to be 29 years old, 4-year, $100 million extension that includes $50 million fully guaranteed.
Yeah, obviously was under contract for 2 more years, so we'll have to see what it looks like. They probably rolled in 2 extra years to give you a 4-year contract. That's just me speculating, but great deal. I've been talking about it for a long time. This is a move that really is going to really be impactful to the point you start thinking about this team as a significant Super Bowl contender again. That's how big that move is, in my opinion.
Wow, unbelievable. John, so we have real quick, I'm going to let you go because I'll talk to you again after the final picks tonight, but Eli Stowers lands. You expressed a little bit of concern about that pick, John, when it came to Jalen Hurts. In the middle of that answer, we got breaking news that the Eagles trade for Jonathan Grenard. So a lot happening right now in Eagle land. But just give me your quick synopsis on both of those moves and what the Eagles have done here in round 2 of the draft.
Well, incredible to get him with 98. I mean,
I know, unbelievable.
I thought you'd have to give away 54. So again, but they've been interim GM. They made probably a bad decision in round 1. You looked at their round 2 pick; they probably reached there. So they're in a bad spot. And look, nobody's going to feel sorry for you in the NFL. And yeah, I think Howie I think he took advantage of a situation. I think it was a smart decision, and to get a player like that all of a sudden. Now Nolan Smith, again, I compare it to the baseball rotation. You have the ace now, and Nolan Smith or Jalix Hunt, whomever, is a good 2. The other's a good 3. Arnold Ebikete's a good 4. Everything falls into place on the edge with Jonathan Grenard.
John, I think it's going to be a 3rd-round pick next year as well, my friend. So it's 98 tonight, and then also a future 3rd-round pick.
Yeah, well, that makes more sense because 98 would have
been insane.
Yeah,
insane.
That would have been it. So that makes a little bit more sense. But obviously, even from that perspective, the Eagles are going to be really good. So that's going to be at the bottom of the 3rd round still. That 98 is a compensatory pick, so it's at the very bottom. This will be a little bit better from the Vikings perspective, but still a great deal for the Eagles and Howie Roseman.
John, do you think the Stowers pick was a mistake? What does it tell you about this offense?
Well, it tells me, I mean, they're taking all the excuses away. That's what it tells me.
And do you have concern that it's just not going to work? I mean, John, they just drafted 2 guys who literally got drafted in the NFL draft in the top 2 rounds because they buttered their bread in the middle of the field, where the Eagles are the bottom of the league.
Yeah, they have a quarterback who's not comfortable throwing it to the middle of the field. So I question the standpoint of, what's the goal here? What is the goal? And you throw it 25 times a game. How many playmakers do you need? We talked about having A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert, et cetera, and they're not getting the football. So what has changed other than we're going to do this? So as excited I am about the defense, I'm a little less excited because I think you're triangulating the quarterback. You're almost saying you're trying to take away every avenue of excuse. And I don't think that's a positive way to do things. So great for the defense. I don't think it's positive for the offense. Not criticizing the player. He's a playmaker. But again, you're going to throw the football 25 times. Devontae Smith's going to get targets. Mekhi Lemon, Dontavian Wicks. Now you have Eli Stowers. What's the plan here?
Well, John, does this make you come off your position that you said, like, there's off-season talk and then there's when the games are being played? And I love that point by you. But, boy, this is a commitment, John. This doesn't feel like just off-season talk, dude. They're now changing their personnel to fit this. Do you think they're going to actually try this thing? And are you going to come off that you think they might shift back to the other offense when the games start?
No, I'm not going to go that far because, the Stowers pick is about more than this season. Obviously, this will be Dallas Goedert's last season. So, even if he sort of is just a minimal role player this year, he'll eventually take over in 2027. So it's about more than that. I don't think he's going to be, a 60 catch guy as a rookie, but I think he might be a 60 catch guy by his 2nd season when Dallas Goedert isn't here. So I don't think it necessarily, but I do think more of the trade standpoint of having two middle of the field receivers, and you just didn't utilize that part of the field traditionally. And the reason you didn't is because of the quarterback, and the quarterback has not changed. So,
John, they're not building for 2027's quarterback, are they?
I don't think purposefully,
I
but
mean, why trade for Grenard if that's what you're doing? You know, I mean, that's clearly a win now move.
yeah, I don't think purposefully, but I think that might be the impact. I think that might be the impact.
You know, my
You know,
problem with this, John, is you know, I've learned so much about the game of football from you. And one of the things you've emphasized so many times to me over the years is scheme is not as important as the players that you have. Great coaches create schemes around their players. It felt like they did that for the first 5 years of Jalen Hurts. It does not feel like they're doing that anymore, John. It feels like they've established what scheme they want, and they're going to force the player into the scheme.
yeah, it does seem that way, and that's my concern. I mean, that you probably summed it up better than I did. That's my concern. Um, they won a specific way for 5 years, and it wasn't pretty, obviously, at times. Um, but it was successful, and now it's become, well, we have to be successful, but we also have to be more aesthetic. So um, that wouldn't be on the top of my list. If you would have told me that months ago, I would have told you that's not going to be on the top of the Eagles list. I can't necessarily say that any longer.
I mean, remember, we downplayed Stowers pretty quick, John. I brought him up. I'm like, I like Eli Stowers. You're like, Xander, you're crazy. They're not taking him. He's a glorified pass catcher.
Well, he is a glorified
I know.
pass catcher.
I'm not saying you're wrong about that.
I just got, because I said the similar things in the media house here, and I just got some chiding there. I'm like, what are they doing? Trying to win the Olympics? I mean, they're going to be a great flag football team, as long as you can find the quarterback. He's not going to be a blocker. I would have preferred Oscar Delp in the third round or something like that at tight end, more well-rounded, Tucker Kraft, Sam Laporta-like tight end. And they went a different direction, they're just, as you pointed out, they got the Fred Biletnikoff winner who excels in the middle of the field, and they got the best athlete, flex tight end in combine history to utilize the middle of the field. I don't know. Does that make sense to you?
No. I mean, I like the player. I like the players. It doesn't make sense for the Eagles offense that they've run, and historically what Jalen Hurts has run in his entire career, not just in Philly.
Yeah, I agree. So, I mean, I get it, and people get excited with skill people. So, you get skill, which I wasn't expecting. And people are going to get excited by that. But, I always say the strength of the Philadelphia Eagles, and then they do something very smart with the Grenard trade. So, maybe they're ahead of the curve here. That's always a possibility. But, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me with this particular quarterback. And I'm still trying to build around this quarterback because I think it's worthwhile. And I think it's valuable. And I think he's a good player. And they seem to me not be building around this quarterback, or at the bare minimum saying, hey, look, you got to evolve, and we're going to force you to evolve.
Boy, interesting stuff here in Philadelphia. John, feels like you're going to be, the defense is going to be great. At least I feel good about that. You've convinced me on Grenard as kind of the ace. I like that analogy you use with baseball. So it feels like the defense is going to be great, but this offense is going to have to take a step forward, John. A lot of questions, man. A lot of questions.
Well, yeah, and I think, the newness of it. Remember who they had last year. And I get AJ didn't have that type of year, but, you had, at his height, certainly a top 5 receiver in the NFL here. and you didn't have a high octane offense. So I don't think it's all of a sudden going to be turned into a high octane offense with 2 rookies.
Right.
But I get the excitement. So I
Are
get
we
that
being
part
too
of it.
hard on Jalen, John? Should we be extending him the benefit of the doubt that he will be able to perform in this new new offense? Am I being too hard on him?
Well, I don't. I kind of look at it like I'm being I'm being more true to his success than they are. You know, that to me, they're the ones who are ignoring what he's done well and sort of going in a different direction. So I kind of have a tough time with that question. Do I think he can do it? No. So, you know, from that standpoint, people might say, again, you have the Jalen Hurts lovers who think, well, why can't he do it? He can do anything. Well, there's no demonstrated performance of him doing it. There's a shitload of him doing the other stuff that they've done successfully.
This doesn't feel like Nick Sirianni wanted to do this. This feels to me like an organizational change. How is somebody going to convince me the head coach of the team whose winning percentage is next to Vince Effin Lombardi, who's taken the quarterback we're talking about, the 2 Super Bowls in 4 years, wanted to just blow the offense to smithereens after winning 11 games and completely run a style of offense that's run with quarterbacks like Matthew Stafford and Brock Purdy, completely almost the antithesis of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? I mean,
It makes less than 0 sense.
And that's what I'm wrangling with and trying to understand. And it's just, and I'm not, and I think people think I'm criticizing the player. Look, he's a great athlete, great receiver, poor blocker. Obviously he can help you in the receiving game, but what do you want to be in that aspect of the game? And where's he going to be in the sort of hierarchy of touches? Devontae's number 1. Dallas or Dontavian Wicks or Mekhi Lemon are going to be 2. Number 3. So if you do it, if you're that high on Mekhi Lemon, all right, he's number 2. Then Dallas is number 3. Then Wicks is number 4. Then Saquon's number 5. Then Eli Stowers.
Oh my gosh.
Like what other than, again, it's not about the immediacy. So look, I think this is a good pick for 2027, because then he would be in line to take over as the main tight end. But again, if to me, I would prefer to have more of the Oscar Delp type who can play in line,
right,
and do both things. But
gives you that versatility with Goddard this year.
Yeah, I would, for those thinking this is going to be an immediate impact as a receiver. Again, number 6 as far as touches for a team that maybe throws the ball. If you want to go from 25 to 30. How many touches is he going to get?
John, I don't know.
Barring injury, obviously.
We'll see, obviously. So 2 huge moves, Johnny Mac. Your final thought. I'll talk to you a little bit later on after their final pick. They did trade away 98, so they do not have that pick anymore. They got back a 7th at 244, so that'll be tomorrow. Your final thoughts on these 2 moves, Johnny Mac. Eli Stowers at 54 overall and a 4-year, $100 million deal, and the trade for Jonathan Grenard in Philly.
Yeah, I think, opposite end of the spectrums. I think Grenard trade is huge for the defense. Everything falls into place on the defensive front. To get it for 98 and a future 3rd round pick, which again will probably be bottom 5 in the round. I think there's tremendous value on top of it. $25 million is going rate. Even that's a little bit cheap. So no issues there. And then, what happened to the offensive line?
I know. Not trying to fix that running game like I thought they would, J-Mac. They're relying on stem cells from Medellin.
Exactly. And they're relying on a quarterback that is going to be asked to do things he's uncomfortable doing. So stem cells and deep end of the pool.
Yes, sir. John, I'll talk to you a little later on. Thank you, my friend.
All right, thanks all.
All right, thanks, John. There's Johnny Mac, John McMullen, joining me right here on a special draft edition of on JAKIB Sports Network. Boy, a lot of excitement in the air in Philadelphia. Jonathan Grenard lands. Eli Stowers gets drafted. Wow! Can you believe it? Wow! Howie Roseman is out here shaking and baking. Jonathan Grenard. Guys, I want everybody to take a big, deep breath on the Jonathan Grenard contract, okay? I already see people, why'd you pay him that much money? Ah. Guys, it's $50 million guaranteed on a $100 million deal. That's going to be the most Eagle-friendly contract you're ever going to see. All right? That's going to be a very Eagle-friendly contract. So don't relax on Grenard. We got our number one edge rusher for the next couple years. We're in a good spot there with Jonathan Grenard. Eli Stowers, the addition of the offense. Guys, I'm trying to be excited, but you do understand that John has a good point here, right? I know the baby ears in the chat, the people who just want to praise the Eagles every second of their life, which is fine. You can be a fan like that. He made some good points. John has good points when he's talking about this offense. John has good points when he's talking about this offense. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Wow, Jonathan Grenard and Eli Stowers. It happened like this, folks. It came in 5 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Eli Stowers drafted. Boom. Jonathan Grenard traded. Bang. Bang. All right, look, if Jalen can execute this offense, I really think this offense can be really good. But it's a big ask. I see some people in here, act like Jalen doesn't deserve the benefit of that. Dude, shut up. Can you analyze a football player without being dishonest to yourself? Jalen could do it. Sure. There's a possibility he can do it. Absolutely. But he's never done it. He's never done it in his career. So we got to see. It's a big change. It's a big change for a player in year 7 of his career. That's all. It's a huge change, man. It's a huge change. So let's see. Original Philly wants us to STFU. I know you want to protect your boyfriend. It's all right. You can love him. He brought you a Super Bowl or helped bring you one. I know. Jalen Hurts has a lot of – I don't know if Jalen Hurts knows it, but he's got a lot of boyfriends in the world. I've never seen anything like it. The cult of Jalen Hurts' boyfriends is literally hilarious. Every starting quarterback in the league gets questions. It's so funny. Yeah, exactly, Lizzo. I don't think it's hate at all, dude. You know, you're going to be skeptical. He's never run this. It's not the style of player that he is. He doesn't get the ball out quick. He's a playmaking, athletic quarterback who escapes the pocket, who makes plays downfield, who uses his legs to scramble. You know, now they're asking him to basically sit back there and dissect the defense in 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. It's not his play style. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do. But I am pretty excited. Not Hurts says you don't seem to remember. See, Carson Wentz. Yeah, he did. I was not one of them. I made a video in week 2 of 2020. Week 2 of 2020. Time to bench Carson Wentz. I remember that video. I got to play that one day on the air. I was not polished on camera at the time, so I'm a little insecure about the video. I've never aired it. But I have the video on my computer. So. Wait a second. Give me one sec. All right, I got some production, so we're going to get some of that done. I'll take all the super chats from the great people of JAKIB Nation. Is everybody excited? Is everybody jacked up or what? All right, give me a sec here. I'm going to pull the Johnny Mac segment and post that up for the people who want to listen to what John had to say about the draft of Eli Stowers and the trade for Jonathan Grenard. A massive move for the Philadelphia Eagles. Very surprising. I mean, really a lot of shit hit right there at one moment. I had to cut John off. So Grenard lands. What do you guys think of Grenard? What do you guys think of Grenard? That's the real question. Eagles drafting tight end Eli Stowers and trading for it feels good to make thumbnails all summer on a player and then they actually get it. Most of the time. You guys know how many thumbnails I had made for round one last night with Caden Proctor, Blake Miller, Kenyon Sadiq. None of them landed. So I had a bunch of stuff on Jonathan Grenard all summer. So I'm happy we actually got him. All right, I'm going to post that up. Am I freezing up again? I don't know why my damn internet won't hold. But him next to healthy Jalen Carter, good luck. I'm with you, Lizzo. It's a good group. I appreciate everything he's done for us, but he's not that type of passer. Be careful, Angelo. A very logical comment like that can be taken, Philly will try and take it to the woodshed. You know what I've learned over the years, though? Philly's gotten a lot more soft. Philly used to actually walk the walk. A lot of Philly fans, most of them are just talk now. I'll get there. Let me get to the supers now. I'm going to have to post this thing up, though, so give me a sec. All right, here we go. I hope the O-line holds up all year. Me too, Sean. They need them. Rashid Mixon says, what I got from J-Mac is the offense doesn't look like it's going to work, but on the other hand, we're going to have a good season to have a bottom 5 pick. That's not at all what I got from him. So I'm not sure what you listened to, but that's not what I heard. Kyle Kokorski says, I think it's O-line or safety at 68. If not, I think they start reclaiming picks. Maybe, Kyle. I think it's time for O-line, but safety would be, if they've already going in here for next year, get the safety. Senor, I know you're just perpetually a miserable person, Senor. I love you, brother, but I can't help you. You've been fucking miserable for 18 months. Senor, you were miserable when they were on the parade float. For crying out loud. You're just a miserable dude. Some dudes are like that. I get it. I've met many miserable dudes in my life. I say the same thing to their face. You're a miserable fuck. Holy crap, dude. Cheer up. You got one life on earth. You're going to spend it in misery? Here's Paulie B. Zay, if we get New England's first next year, can you see us packaging up 2 firsts to move up and draft a quarterback? Yeah, I could see that. If Jalen doesn't have a good year, 100%. T-Time says, y'all wanted this. Now you are complaining about it. T-Time, that is such a – come on, dude. You T-Time, I know you're smart enough to understand that those are 2 very different things. You can complain about an offense that's underperforming and have different versions and different visions for how to fix the offense. No? T-Time, what do you think? There's one way to do it? Turning Jalen Hurts into Brock Purdy was never on my bingo card, no matter how much complaining happened. T-Time, come on, brother. Rack the brain. Come on. You can do it, T-Time. Rack the brain. I know it works. DQ says, we're watching the evolution of the NFL in real time. Gone are the days of $50 million quarterbacks. Average wide receivers and tight ends are far more talented than any time in history. Very true. A lot of skill position guys out there. Colin Miller says, we got Grenard very cheap. Let's go. Howie fleeced the Vikings, and we have Grenard for 4 years. Great trade. I think it's a good trade as well. Little rich with 2 threes, but I'm over it. Philip McLaughlin says, as a Vanderbilt fan and alum, I love that we got Stowers. Eagles fans are going to love this guy. Nice, man. Smart dude. Graduating from Vanderbilt. Pretty good. Just Incredible says, unbelievably effing stupid on that Grenard deal. I hope it works out. I doubt it. I don't agree at all. I don't think it's a stupid pick at all. Pelly Cocker says, Grenard called it. Pick a card, any card. Love it, Pelly Cocker. Well done, my friend. Nikki Gonzalez says, Xander, this tells me they're setting up for the next quarterback. Looks like that a little bit, but it depends. I mean, you have people in here who think Jalen can do it. So if they think that, then all good. Just Incredible. Goddard being traded. Is that a 5 tight end on the team? No, I don't think they're going to trade Goddard. Been defense heavy past couple years. I like it. Me too, Pelly Cocker. I'm with you. Give me Grenard. Take my pick. There's your super chat before it happened. Here's Benito. What do we do at safety now? Maybe they take a pick. Eagles are coming up. They're at what, 68? 68, right? So they're 6 picks away. 6 picks away. T-Time says, the chat was complaining about becoming a pro offense all year. Stop acting like you don't know that. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, still, brother, you have different visions for how to fix it. Nobody said turn Jalen Hurts into Brock Purdy. That's what people are upset. It's not upset. It's cautious, bro. You've never seen Hurts perform this type of offense. You know? It's like you got a kid. He's 4 years old. He's never rode a bike. You're going to be like, whoa, can he do it? You know? Zay, get your boy Sills. Let's go nuclear on Twitter. That's because he's probably boozed up. He's going to come on after the final pick. He'll come on after the final pick. So I will talk to Cilio tonight. What's with the assumption the offense is for Hurts? Well, he's the quarterback right now, Weapon X. I don't know if you have some Nostradamus, if you have some crystal ball, or if you think something's going to happen. Right now, the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles is Jalen Hurts. He's under contract, making $51 million a year. He is the starting quarterback in the face of the franchise in Philadelphia. You think they're building the offense for Andy Dalton? He's the quarterback of the team, dude. He's the quarterback of the team. That's why the assumption is there. And in fact, it's not an assumption. It's correct. Josh B says, let's collectively say goodbye to Grant. Can't block him terrible. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Here's Just Incredible. Zay, would you rather have a younger Thibodeau for peanuts or that Grenard deal? I'll take Grenard. Thibodeau's never proved it. Thibodeau never proved it. Eagles picking 6 spots. Lock in. Lock in, baby. All right. Let me get this thing posted up. Let me get this McMullen reaction posted up. Johnny Mac reacts. Johnny Mac reacts. Nothing better. Nothing better than a J Mac reacts. Post that up. All right, that's live on the channel. If you missed the John McMullen interview, I just published it out. Hi, Jay, as I mentioned in your 365 show, I believe they're designing this offense for post-Hurts. Many people believe that. We will see. The Chargers just took Florida center Jake Slaughter. Let's catch back up with the NFL draft and see who's gone and where. All right, so I will pull this up for you guys. Why is that smaller all of a sudden? I thought I made that a little bigger, no? All right. So we got Cardinals on the clock right now. First pick of round 3. This is how round 2 went after the Eagles. Eli Stowers, Gabe Jacobs, edge, Nate Borkircher, tight end, Logan Jones out of Iowa. There's Emmanuel McNeil Warren, safety at Toledo. That would have been a good pick. He's gone off the board. Marlon Klein, tight end of Michigan, goes to Texans. Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker out of Texas, goes to the Titans. Max Clare, I loved him, out of Ohio State, goes to the Rams. Davison Igbinison goes cornerback out of Ohio State, goes to the Bills. And Jake Slaughter, center out of Florida, goes to the Chargers. And the Seahawks pick is in. The Seahawks pick is in. All right, so we don't know who that is yet, but we will find out. All right, so we'll load up round 3 here. All right, there we go. My dad always said anybody can be fired. That's the truth, brother. Kilgore, I wouldn't be mad at Kilgore. Seahawks took, who did the Seahawks just take? Bud Clark. Wow. It's TCU safety, Bud Clark. So they opted to go past Kilgore. All right. All right, let's take a look at some safeties that are left right now. Jalen Kilgore, AJ Halsey, Bud Clark just got drafted. VJ Payne out of Kansas State. Zakee Wheatley out of Penn State. Jacoby Thomas out of Miami. Kamari Ramsey. Yeah, you're looking at Kilgore, Halsey out of LSU, or VJ Payne out of Kansas State. I think it's Kilgore or Halsey. Go SEC there, I think. When it comes to offensive line, who do we got? Caleb Kiernan still there. How about guard? Emmanuel Pregnon, Jennings Dunker is there. Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky's there. All right, a lot of different guys. Still some guys available here, guys. We're coming up at 68, so we're 4 picks away. 4 picks away for the Eagles. 4 picks away for the Birds. Eagles just made a huge trade for Jonathan Grenard. They draft Eli Stowers. Boy, that landed quick, that Grenard, didn't it? They took Stowers and traded for Grenard immediately. There's miserable Senor. Why be a Senor? Serious question for you. Why even be a fan of anything in life? Like, what's the point? Like, you're just miserable the whole time. You hate every draft. You hate every game. You hate the quarterback. You hate the coach. You hate everybody. You hate the whole thing. I think you're just filled with hate, bro. I think you're just filled with hate. It's all right. I love you, Senor. You know I do. But you are a whiner. Holy shit. I broke out the conference championship hat. I bet you Senor was miserable on this day, too. He was miserable on this day, too. All right, we're getting close. Cardinals. Who the Cardinals going to take here? I'll keep you guys posted. Bud Clark went at 64. We're now at 65. Good pick for the Seahawks. I like Bud Clark at TCU. Jermod McCoy at safety or Pregnon, what do you think? I think both are good options. And Anthony, the fact that we have decent options, I think, is a good thing right now. Remember, they have no other pick tonight, right? Because they got rid of 98. I mean, listen, if you listen to Senor, he'll tell you 98, you could have gotten Myles Garrett. Yeah, so they have no pick tonight. Obviously, they traded 98 to the Vikings, who now have 97 and 98. So one more pick tonight at 68. One more pick tonight at 68. Yeah, Jermod McCoy would be. He's banged up. He's gonna. Sills should be on later. I should get Sills on later. He's probably boozed up. He was not happy with me when I asked him to join the show for 20 minutes. I'm like, Sills, it's the draft for 20 minutes. Come on. My quarterback alert. Quarterback alert. Cardinals have selected Miami quarterback Carson Beck. First pick of the 3rd round. First pick of the third round, Carson Beck off the board. Boy, goodbye, Carson Beck. Was not interested in that player. Although he did a good job in Georgia and did a good job at Miami, so some people would say, hey, wait, where are the Jalenites? You guys gotta love Carson Beck too, right? If you tell me every single day that I'm a Jalen hater because I question if he can run this offense because he wins a lot of games, you must love Carson Beck too, right? Let's just be consistent here. You must love Carson Beck, right? He won a lot of games at Georgia, and he won a lot of games in Miami. Okay, just setting the record straight here. Just calling out the hypocrisy. Calling out the hypocrisy. Here's Big Dog Halpin. I'm calling it now. Dalton wins his first Super Bowl after Hurts injury and Tanner gets benched. That's not happening. That is not happening. Sixers up, but Phillies are down 2. Phillies are about to lose their 9th straight, I think. Is it 9 or 10? Man, that team sucks. They fought last night, fought back in the game, but that team sucks. Yeah, Phillies are unwatchable. I'm with you. They're tough to watch. They're a team tailor-made for Senorita. Tailor-made. Just perpetual misery. Carson Beck equals pure fire. All right, so Carson Beck off the board. First pick of round 3. Broncos, Raiders, Eagles. Broncos, Raiders, Eagles. And crack open my seltzer. That makes sense. Big front runner. A big front runner. Dodgers fan. What happened to you? What happened? You became a Dodgers fan last year after they won their 2nd straight World Series or whatever the hell they did? Goofy Senorita. You got more holes than a sponge, my friend. You got more holes than a sponge. What kind of seltzer? Right now I'm working with just the plain, dude. I don't like LaCroix. I know. LaCroix's not very good, but this is just pure, straight seltzer. I like the flavored ones taste too chemically to me. That's why I like the what are they called? Spindrifts. They use real fruit, so it's actually not like a chemical, you know? Can't do the chemical seltzer. So I just go pure. All right, now we are at Broncos. Let's see what the Broncos do here. At 66, what will the Broncos do? Carson Wreck, I think it was Theo in the chat who said that. Carson Wreck. Carson Wreck. Anyone to play the line? I mean, there's some guys out there. Pregnon, Jennings Dunker, Jalen Farmer. There's dudes out there, dude. You want a tackle or a guard? Tackle, you got Caleb Tiernan. I think that'd be a good pick. I think that'd be a good pick. Yeah, I think A.J. Halsey would be an awesome pick. Bob, I'm with you on him, man. He's kind of like that old school safety, pro style safety. He's kind of a rare mix of like a playmaker and like a ball hawk enforcer type of guy. So kind of like the Vic Bold with maybe a little bit more physicality to him. So I think it'd be a great pick, and obviously played his college ball at LSU. You know, it's a great school to play college ball at. So Raiders trade. Eagles are up next at 68. Eagles are up next at 68. Eagles are drafting Nussmeier. I don't know. I don't know. 4K Drew. No, please. No Drew Aller. Go AJ Halsey. Think, Bob, I think you convinced me. I think you're right. You think they're going to trade out? I could see it. They've given up a lot of picks. Grenard's not a bad trade. Stop. Who told you that? Senor? Broncos take Texas A&M defensive tackle Tyler Onyedem. All right, so Broncos take a defensive tackle. That works for the Eagles. Go Halsey here. Raiders are on the clock. Go Halsey here. I think you can get, well, they don't have any picks later, really. They don't have any fourth rounders either, right? What do they have after this? Just the 5th and a 7th? They got the 7th back in the Grenard trade? Come on. Five, 6, 7. What do we got here? What do we got? They have a 5. I thought they got rid of a 6. Oh, we do have a 6. Okay, we have a 6. All right, we're good. So we got rid of a 3 this year. All right. You're right. We have a 5, 6, and 7 tomorrow. No 4, though. No 4. Pumper says Halsey's mid. Pumper, didn't you like Sidney Brown? Yeah, take a seat. Pump. And Keely Ringo, Pump. Your secondary skills are not very good. Raiders take Auburn defensive end Kayron Crawford. All right, everybody we want's there. Everybody we want is there. Everybody we want is there. Who do the Birds go right here? Halsey or Pregnon. I'm with you, Bob. That might be the names, dude. Kayron Crawford at 67 out of Auburn goes to the Raiders. Bro, we're replacing Reed Blankenship. Was Reed Blankenship fast? He's a white dude. I think Halsey will be just fine, dude. All right, let's see. Eagles on the board. Eagles on the board. Let's see what they do. Eagles on the clock at 68. Eagles on the clock at 68 overall. Come on. I'm going to give you the news right when it hits my timeline. I'm refreshing. I know it's coming. I like Caleb Tiernan. Andrew, I'd be happy with Caleb Tiernan. Tackle, Markeel Bell. Eagles take tackle, Markeel Bell. Eagles take tackle, Markeel Bell. Offensive tackle out of Miami. 6'9". 6'9". Markeel Bell, 6'9", 346. This is the prospect. This is the. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up for you. Wow. Wow. John said they like this guy. Holy moly. Freaking, this guy is a mammoth of a human. Holy crap. Eagles draft Markeel Bell. Here it is. He's 6'9" and 1/4, 346 pounds. All right. He played at community college and then he transferred over to Miami. Overview. Ready? Markeel Bell. mountainous tackle with rare physical attributes that work both in his favor and against him, depending on the situation. There is no escaping a high center of gravity, which will impact his ability to change direction and protection and create consistent engagement as a run blocker. Bell must play in a gap scheme attack to minimize his limitations. He has exceptional length that he puts to good use in finding static pass rushers and offering shade to the pocket. NFL edge speed and sudden inside moves could be an evergreen issue for Bell, but with coaching, he could learn to mitigate those issues with his length. He has day 3 value, but might have a firm ceiling on his upside. Strengths: unique size and a massive wingspan. Made noticeable strides from 2024 to 2025. Uproots and moves 3 techniques from running. Let me see this, you can see it better. Uproots and moves 3 techniques from running feet on double teams. Uses mass to cover and obstruct on base blocks. Does a nice job of maintaining length advantage with his timing. Collects and controls with a strong grip. Rare for rushers to crowd into his frame. Holy moly, this dude is freaking huge, dude. 6'9", 350. He's going to make Jordan Mailata look like a freaking shrimp. Weaknesses: speedy edge benders will be tough for him to match at the turn. Needs a firmer, more proactive punch instead of catching in pass pro. Struggles to properly mirror inside moves and spin counters. High center of gravity creates a constant leverage disadvantage. Lurches past his base, creating imbalance as a run blocker. Lacks fluidity and first step quickness to hit second level landmarks. Below average agility and timing, climbing off combos to hit second blocks. All right, Markeel Bell. That's your second pick of day 2. That's your second pick of day 2. Might be Slugger, could move him inside. Whoo, man. Holy moly, 6'9". Poor Jalen Hurts is gonna need, like Cilio said, a Tokyo phone booth. Poor Jalen Hurts is gonna need a Tokyo phone booth to see over this. I don't know that this is a good pick either. I don't know enough about the player to crap on it, but I mean, Caleb Tiernan was right there. 6'7", 323. Oof. I mean, I don't get it. We 6'9", 6'9" tackle here, guys. Holy moly. Holy shit, he is huge. Look at him bulldoze that dude. Oh my goodness. All right. Let me get Sills. Let me try and text Sills. Wow. Little surprised at Markeel Bell. Little surprised at the drafting of Markeel Bell, I will not lie. Definitely a little surprised by it. He was in, so he did do a top 30 visit for the Birds. He's only 21 years old. All right, that's huge. 21 years old, 340 pounds, 6'9". I mean, holy shit, dude. Look at that player, dude. Guy is a fucking huge player. Cilio obviously watched Miami every game, so he'll be able to tell us a little bit about it. Come on, camera. Come on, camera. Yeah. Arm length is his arm length is 36 3/8. So pretty good. Pretty good arm length. 21 years old. Could be a project type of player here. Could you helping? That might be a 2-year project. Boy, for a third round pick, pretty high in the third round. I mean, this was the top of the third round. I don't, Ian, I don't know enough whether to say I like it or I don't like it. Well, Drozen, he's 6'9". What did you expect him to have? 31-inch arms? Bro. I mean, it's like, no shit. No shit he's got long arms. What did you expect him to have? T-Rex arms? He's 6'9". I just saw it too. Preston, I just saw that. The 5'8" cornerback Pons. Dude is huge. Oh my gosh, Pons got murdered. And he barely had to touch him. Woo! Bro is a tank. He is a tank. He is a tank. I can't wait to talk to John about this. Holy moly. A mountain of a man, seriously. A mountain of a dude, man. Holy shit, dude. This dude's gonna make Lane Johnson look small. 68, isn't 68 where they picked? Wasn't Makuba 68th pick? 64th pick. Makuba was 64. Markeel Bell was 68. I'm hyped at 37-inch arms. Are you guys kidding? That's crazy. It's big, huge. Romello height just went to the 49ers. Put Bell at guard and we at Becton 2.0. Maybe. Z, zero sacks allowed in 25, 9 pressures. I like to pick. Let's see. I don't dislike it yet. I was just looking. I don't know. I'm thinking of Jalen. I mean, you guys have him playing guard, like Becton. So we got 2 pass catchers for Jalen Hurts to throw the ball to the middle of the field, and you want to put a 6'9" guard in there? Guys, Jalen Hurts is only like 6'1". Yeah, he makes my line look like a shrimp. I'm a little surprised by it, but we'll see. I'm hopeful for him. I hope he has a great career in Philly. It'd be awesome. I'm sure Sills is coroned up. I'm sure he's coroned up. Jalen Hurts not going to see over him. I don't think so either. Y'all need to get off Space Mountain. What do you mean? What do you mean on Space Mountain? Yeah, this is a diamond. Why, Brandon? Wait, Brandon. Brandon, can I call you out, Brandon? Why? Because I told you his arm length. I told you his arm length, and now you think he's a diamond in the rough. You didn't know a lick about him 8 seconds ago. Come on, Brandon. Come on, Brandon. Come on, Brandon. I'm okay with the pick. He won't play guard. He'll be a replacement for Lane, so he'll play right tackle. Maybe. You're right. I know, Brandon. Just pump the brakes over there, bro. I gave you his arm length, and you're like, we got to steal. He's got 68-inch arms. 38-inch, whatever. Oh, man, that's funny. That's funny. All right, so John just told me Howie's going to go early tonight, so that means they're probably done. So they're probably not trading back into the rounds tonight. They've probably got their haul for the night. Grenard, Markeel Bell, and Eli Stowers. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Probably got their picks. All right, let's go to the tracker. Sam Roush went. Romello Height went. Commanders on the clock now. How much they paying Grenard? They gave him 4-year, $100 million, but it's $50 million guaranteed, so it's not even. It's going to be an Eagle-friendly contract. It's going to be an Eagle-friendly contract. Yeah, Curtis, I'm wondering what they're going to do at safety. Maybe they feel good about Marcus Epps. You know? We got a cane for Sills, right, so he can't rip him too much. Eli Stowers is about to speak now, so. All offense. Yeah, they traded for Grenard. It's not all offense. It's not all offense. I didn't say they won the draft, but I think they've had a good night. I think they've had a good draft. I mean, they got Makai Lemon. I mean, that pick is going to hinge on how successful the new scheme to offense is. I think the same with Eli Stowers, but I think they're good players. You know, I think the players are good. I'm not going to bed early. We'll be here. We'll be here. I'll be here until at least 11, I would think. I'm going to stay on through the draft. I mean, what do we got? How many picks left? 30-something? 26? So, I know, Senor. Another thing for you to cry about. Just keep crying into the void. Nobody listens to you anymore. You're like the 2-year-old baby on the slide at the playground. You know, the kid just cries. Every once in a while, there's the parents who don't discipline their kid. And he just cries on the slide. And then people just start to just go around him. Because it's just like, all right, just shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about your whining and your moaning. And what's 500 up to? What's 500 up to? 68, right? 38-inch. 38-inch. 76ers lost. Baby Becton, I like it. Baby Becton. Get Wheatley, and it's an A+ draft. Zakee Wheatley, Penn State dude. Jim, before you say anything else, you have to answer me. Are you a Penn State sycophant? Are you? If you are, so Akbar, they drafted a tight end, Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt. Interesting one, Akbar, because he's a straight pass catcher. He can't block for shit. He's not blocking the traffic cone. This guy's a pass-catching tight end. So kind of different than what Johnny Mack thought we were going to go with. All right, so tight end Eli Stowers. They traded for Jonathan Grenard, and then they just drafted Markeel Bell, the 6'9" tackle out of Miami. So that's their haul tonight, 3 picks. Jim, Virginia Tech, Knights. My brother went to VT. My brother and my sister went to VT. 3 picks tomorrow, too. A 5, a 6, and a 7. No 4s. No 4th rounders tomorrow. He can't. He can't block a traffic cone. I'm smoking the hopium on Bell. Me too. Look, I'm optimistic, but let's see. Long way to go, man. He's 21 years old. He's probably a raw player. Probably very raw. So. All right, Saints on the clock right now. Bengals just picked. I didn't see who it was. Boy, when the Eagles get done, interest goes down in the draft quick, doesn't it? Yeah, I think we need a safety, obviously, but Gary, you know I loved it, but Johnny Mack made me believe it was never happening. Commanders took Clemson wide receiver Antonio Williams. Takario Davis, cornerback out of Washington, just went to the Bengals. Romello Height out of Texas Tech went to the Niners. Starting to go along a little slow here. I don't know where he is. He's not showing up. I texted him. Tell Stilly to put down the bottle and strap on the knee pads to give his take on the hurricane. He should be here. We'll see. He was a little upset with me when I asked him to do it. Bell plus lemon equals a sour drink. That's funny, smile. Just Incredible says, this year will be sink or swim for Hurts. Next year we get his replacement. I have a funny feeling he only plays half the year. I don't think so, but I know some people think that. No, I don't want to trade McKay. I'm extending McKay. I would extend McKay. Keep him on board as the backup. There goes Oscar Dell. Saints just took Georgia tight end Oscar Dell. Yeah, I'd pay McKay. That's my bold take on McKay. I would pay him. I'd pay him 3 years, 18 mil. I think he's going to be more valued here. I don't think he's played enough in the league to get like a Malik Willis type of contract. Gives you stability at the backup quarterback position, which is obviously a very important position for the Eagles. And I think the Eagles like him. And I think he could execute this offense if he needed to. So I would keep him. I'd keep McKay around. I think he's good. By the way, I think he's a good backup too, in terms of the way he handles the backup position. So yeah, I saw New Orleans just got Oscar Delp. How he's cooking? I'm not going to say he's cooking up a 5-star meal here, but so far I think he's done a pretty good job. I mean, Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers. The question to me is not about the picks or the players. It's more about the offense. Does Dunker fall to the 5th? Maybe. Giants are going to take Notre Dame's wide receiver Malachi Fields. Yeah, it's because he had that stiff quarterback. What was that Georgia quarterback's name? Where are all the Georgia fanboys? That guy was a stiff. He was like a Stetson Bennett remake. Yeah, Gunnar Stockton. Guy had like a cool name, and people are like, he stunk. That's why Oscar Delp wasn't productive. It was Gunnar Stockton. Gunnar Stockton. Guy was a stiff. Yeah, the guy from Toledo went to the Browns. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, he went to the Browns. Jermod McCoy still on the board. Emmanuel Pregnant still on the board. Jalen Kilgore still on the board. Zachariah Branch still on the board. Damn. AJ Halsey, Skylar Bell, Caleb Tiernan, Chris Bell out of Louisville, still on the board. Gunnar Stunkton. Yeah, good one. Really liked Delp. We could have traded back for him. That's all right, Theo. We got Stowers, dude. I'm not going to, now it kind of feels that Notre Dame just went. I liked him, actually. 6'4", 218, good player. Notre Dame's producing some good talent. Notre Dame's producing some pretty good talent. I'm a big fan of that coach at Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman. I think he's done a really good job. I think he handled that position beautifully after the departure of Brian Kelly. I thought Marcus Freeman's done an excellent job. But all right, I got Sills to get the reaction on the Miami tackle, Johnny Grenard and Eli Stowers. Let's bring them up right now. Here comes Dan Celia, host of the National Football Show, host of Unfiltered. What is it? Unspoken or Unfiltered? Outspoken. There it is. On Sports Grid Radio on the weekends. He is the hottest thing in sports talk right now. Big Sills joining me right now. What's up, Big Sills?
How you doing, bro?
Good, man. 3 players added to the Philadelphia Eagles. Eli Stowers, a big trade for Jonathan Grenard, and then a Miami tackle, Markeel Bell. Just your initial reaction to what the Birds did tonight.
Okay, so they went offense again. So they obviously are looking to do and load up on offensive football players because of this new system that they're going to run. There's just no question. I mean, Stowers is a pass-catching guy, dude.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of resembles Kenyon Sadiq a little bit in his skill set and what he does. So, I mean, he was prominent in that passing game that they had with trying to get the receivers open for, Diego Pavia. So obviously all the things that, we have been talking about changing the offense, this is clearly not for anyone who thinks that they're changing the formula and how they're going to approach the offense this year, that it's going to be through the run game. No way. How do you add all these components to your football team, wide receiver, tight end, and then turn around and try to convince anybody that you're making this go through the run game? In what place are you talking when you're adding Hollywood Brown, you're adding all these receivers, you drafted a number 1 guy, and you're going to try to tell me you're improving the running game? That's a misnomer, dude. The coaches you hired, the players you've hired, where in the world do you think they're improving the run game?
So do you think they've improved, in theory, the pass game? Do you like the addition of the player?
They're going and they're adding all of these players, and the kid can play. Like, again, here's something that you can look at with these players that he's drafted. How he has gotten good players here. Let me tell you about Markeel Bell. When you play on the other side of a great tackle, you're most of the time undershadowed.
Right.
When you're on an offensive line and you've got a great football player, Jordan Mailata is, in a way, in the shadow of Lane Johnson. He's a really good football player, but sometimes you play in the shadow of that guy. Markeel Bell's a good player, man. I mean, a 3rd-round pick at 68, that's a high pick for an offensive lineman. I see a lot of these kids that are, very emotional. Dude, when you're in the 2nd and 3rd round, those are big-time draft choices. Those are generation money. You're going to make $2 million a year, $3 million a year. These are quality picks. Once again, it's not anything to do with Howie here. Lemon, Stowers, Bell, these are good football players. And what's really notable about them, they're like underdrafted. These guys can be higher draft choices. Like I told you earlier, it's like apple pie and lemon pie.
You just don't think this offense is going to work.
It's because of the quarterback. He's just not good enough to spread the ball around. It's been 7 years. And you know what? I'll tell you what, Zander. At the end of the day, a zebra doesn't change his stripes. You're not going to ask Matthew Stafford in year 8, hey, I want you to run an RPO. I mean, to sit there and think that you're going to all of a sudden change Jalen Hurts and go, well, that guy can do it anyway. That's never been his skill set back to Alabama. He was benched because of this. And the only reason he couldn't be benched in Philly was because you didn't have another first-round draft choice behind him. Now, again, the 5 years, we said this in 2021. When you have a quarterback like Hurts, this is not a long window. There's not a high ceiling for this. And get this, Nick sees it. The Eagles see it. Look at the players and the coaches they've hired. Name me one thing in anything that they've done in this offseason that you tell me that helps the quarterback out. Where? What breaks?
It's theoretical that the change of the offensive line.
Right, it's theory.
Yes, it's theory.
Theory and hope that he can do it.
But I do think from personnel standpoint, like I like the names.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with these. Zander, I said this to you earlier. I think it's almost like they're building a football team for another dude.
Do you think they are?
I mean, if you had, let's see, okay, how many pass catchers have they added in the last month and a half? Hollywood Brown.
A lot.
Okay, well.
Hollywood Brown, Elijah Moore, Eli Stowers, Mekhi Lemon, Dontavian Wicks. That's 5 additional pass catchers.
I mean, don't you think their actions? Hey, I can have an opinion, but why don't you go by what the organization has done? They hired a Sean McVay guy. They got 5 additional pass catchers. They're losing AJ because they have to come up with the production somewhere, right? So they're going to do it by there's nobody that. How about this? Dontavian Wicks, Hollywood Brown, Lemon. These are all good players. It's just you're adding. It's like you're adding for Matthew Stafford. It's like you're adding for Joe Burrow. It's like you're adding for all these high-powered passing teams. If you really think that Jalen can do this, and he has not in the last 5 years done this, okay, that's a theory. The reality is you've not seen him in a passing attack that has been proficient since 22, correct? They were 9th. The rest of them have been in the 20s. I mean, how about this? You're asking a lot of the quarterback to do a lot of change. When you coordinate, didn't it make sense to do this? Why wouldn't you have made it easier for Hurts by hiring a coordinator that helps him? What you've done is you've hired a coordinator that makes it harder on the quarterback.
In theory, you're right. Sills, tell me about Markeel Bell. How do you project him at the pro level? 6'9", he's freaking massive, dude. But some people are saying they could try and move him inside. What do you see on Markeel Bell as he projects to the NFL?
Like I said, he's a guy that played on the other side of Francis. And when Francis is such a dominant player,
right,
Zander, the Miami Hurricanes had an offensive line that looked like the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles. 6'9", 6'7", 6'8", 6'6", 6'6". I mean, they were so big. Mario believes in, like Nick Saban does. Big dudes beat little dudes up.
Yeah.
And he's one of those guys. He's an aggressive guy. The problem that sometimes he faces is the same thing that Mulata faced. He gets beat on the second move. So that's what makes you elite.
Which is probably because of how big he is, right? You get
Correct.
these faster edge.
Well, he leans over too much.
Right.
What happens is when the smaller guy gets around him, he'll lean, or arm over. So he fights a little bit of what Mulata did at 6'8". That second move. Jordan's gotten better the last 2 years on that. So, listen, I'm talking like Jeff Stoutland's still there. I don't know how they're going to develop moving forward, but there's no doubt that Howie has drafted really good players. I'll take that back. Really good prospects. These are really good prospects right now that have a lot of chance to have a really lot of momentum.
All right, so it's a couple more for you. Thanks for doing it for me tonight, man. Day two. The trade for Jonathan Grenard. Your initial reaction?
Okay, there's 2 parts of this for me. They got better. Let's start with the most important thing. Did the Eagles get better in the front seven?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, right? Then I turn around and say this. Well, shit, it's a lateral move. You had Jalen Phillips, and people are on my X account right now going, we got him at 20. Bro, do you know who his agent is?
Drew Rosenhaus.
Okay, well, you think the reason he's being traded is because he wants more money. It's not because he's a bad player. He wants another raise.
See, they gave him the deal, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, the Eagles gave him a contract?
Yeah.
How much?
Wait, you didn't see it?
No, I didn't.
Four,
I didn't.
4-year, $100 million. So it's 25 a year, but it's 50 million guaranteed.
Great. Your problems are set, and you got the player at 5 million less. That's a grand slam.
Grand slam. Oh, I didn't know you didn't know the contract. Yeah,
I did. I thought they were. I hadn't seen the contract.
No, so it's 50 mil guaranteed. So Sills, when I read that, obviously you know how it goes with the agents put out the numbers first. I read that. That's going to be an Eagle-friendly contract.
Oh, completely. Completely. There's probably an out in there too.
Yeah, probably an out after 2 years, I would think. So they do get better there. All things considered, what do you make of the Eli Stowers pick? Obviously a, pass catcher, Sills.
He's another version of a Sadiq. He's got that. He's like Sadiq.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so obviously they were looking at Sadiq.
Dude, we're going to be a defensive team again.
Yes. Well, depending on how your offensive line, again, if the O-line in theory gets better through health, they're going to be good. The question is for me too. Now, okay, how much of it last year was the health of the O-line, or how much it was the digression and the fallback of Saquon Barkley? We're going to find that. We're going to find that out this year, aren't we? Everyone keeps telling me that the offensive line of the Eagles regressed last year, right? Well, so did Barkley. Which one is going to be better this coming year? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. All right, so your final thought here on just the 3 moves the Eagles made tonight. They've now added 4 players, one being traded and Jonathan Grenard, 3 draft picks, Markeel Bell out of Miami, obviously, Sills' alma mater, and then Eli Stowers and Mekhi Lemon. Your final thoughts here on day 2 of the NFL draft, my friend.
I think the Eagles did really well today. I think they got a pass-catching tight end. I think they got themselves an offensive lineman. I think they got themselves in a trade, a guy with Grenard. I think it's been a pretty good draft for Howie. Again, the question comes down to this. Again, with all these additions and all these pass catchers, how will the quarterback be able to handle the new offense? The talent acquisitions tonight, actually, I think he had a better second night than he did first night.
Good analysis. Sills, I appreciate you, my friend. I will catch up with you on Monday.
Do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll check in.
We'll see. We'll see what the Birds do. They only have a couple picks, so I don't know how it's going to be. But I'll reach out to you if needed. And if not, I'll catch up with you Monday. Sills, great stuff, man. Thank you.
You got it, bro. Appreciate you.
There's Dan Cilia, host of the National Football Show, joining right here. Kind of what I was thinking Cilia would say. And I don't think his thought process is far off, folks. I know some people will not agree with Dan, and that's perfectly okay. We're all entitled to our own opinion. But what he is saying about the offense is important. It is a big change for the quarterback. It is a big change for the entire offensive unit. They're playing a whole new brand of football. I just want to caution people, too, on something. First off, I think you're a child if you can only hear it as hate. But whatever. I digress. Guys, we did go to 2 Super Bowls, playing the other way. So I'm a little surprised by more Eagle fans aren't like, why are we changing this much? I know the offense was ugly. I understand that. But Jalen has been super successful in the offense that they were playing him in. Now they're asking him to be a completely different style of player. So it is a little bit of a big change for a player in year 6, year 7. Add on all the coordinator changes, add on all the coaching changes. I mean, come on. You're worried because I'm worried because the quarterback hasn't. I don't think we've used the players that we've had here already, well enough. So that's the concern. But so I got to do some production on air like I always do, guys. You know I got to do it. You know I got to do it. Stand by, stand by. All right, so the Eagles take Markeel Bell at 68. They picked up Eli Stowers and they got Jonathan Grenard. I think a pretty good haul tonight, folks. I think a pretty good haul for the Birds. You know, Falcons just took Georgia wide receiver Zachariah Branch. I saw Drew Aller went to the Steelers. Where's the Drew Aller dude who was in here? John. Where's John? Jonn. Where's my boy John? Is he here? He's probably watching Drew Aller tape. He probably went to watch Drew Aller tape. I'm not overreacting, buddy boy. I'm just I understand all the perspectives. You know, I understand why people would be concerned about it. I understand why some people will be excited about it, you know? So I'm not overreacting. I'm pretty neutral on it. I like the players they've added. I will not lie. I like Stowers. I liked him on months ago on Bird 365. John just told me I was crazy. So I kind of didn't think. Pat McAfee's fired up. Zander, I see Stowers as less of a tight end, more of a big body wide receiver who can play out of the slot. Well, that'd be pretty, maybe. Eagles have 99 problems with receiver 81. Maybe not. McAfee looks like he's about to stroke out up there. What's going on? All right, stand by. I got to pull this segment. All right, give me 1 sec. 6'9" tackle. Markeel Bell is crazy. I think we're probably done for tonight. Not me. I'm not going off the air. I'm going to talk to John once after he's done with Howie and stuff. But yeah, Howie's speaking. Howie and Nick are speaking. So Howie and Nick are speaking, which means they're done. They're not even in the draft room anymore. They're just talking to their damn reporters. So they're done. They're done for the night. And your boy is getting hungry. Remember, I told you I had barely ate. Yeah, I thought Sills was on point. I mean, not everybody's going to see it exactly the same, obviously, but I thought for the most part he was on point. You know, Sills doesn't believe the quarterback's ever going to be a passer. Most of his takes are rooted in that about the Eagles' offense. You know, John doesn't really either, but John just says it. John is nicer in the way he delivers it. Markeel Bell, it's like Becton on steroids is a great way to put it. It is. Stand by. I'm pulling the Cilia segment. I think a good day 2 for the Birds. I think a pretty good day 2 for the Birds. Zay, is there any other Hurricanes we should go get? Allard from PSU to the Steelers. Well, what's up with you and the Hurricanes? Don't draft the helmet. Don't scout the helmet. We got Grenard. Yep, we did get Grenard, Dre, man. We got Grenard. Zay, I love the chill version. He was boozed up, I think. That's right. He was good. I think he did a good job. We needed to free up cap on offense long term. So I think the picks make sense long term as long as they can play pro ball. I agree. They can. Nuss the bus. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Six eight on one side, 6'9" on the other. Jalen is 6'1". Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. But I'm betting all in. Coop is moving it. Guys, I could actually see it. I'm starting to see it. Kirsten, not much. You take shots tomorrow. It's day 3. They only have a couple picks. They have 3 picks. I think they take shots on traits, whoever they like. Jermod McCoy, I don't think so, dude. I don't think Jermod McCoy came off the board yet. No, he didn't. Boy, he's fallen far. Drew Aller went to the Steelers. AJ Halsey went to the Colts. Zachariah Branch just went. I liked him out of Georgia. Smaller dude, but I liked him. Jacoby Lane, Jaguars. So you guys still got a lot of picks left, but I'm surprised Jermod McCoy didn't go off the board yet. Chris Bell's still there. Yep. He didn't get drafted yet. Out of Louisville? Nope, he's still there. Pregnon and Dunker, I think, are still there as well. I know Dunker is. Let me check if Pregnon. Yep, they're both still there. So Eagles had their pick. I mean, they obviously like Markeel Bell better. Dunker in the 5th round would be awesome. Anybody have food recommendations for me to go and get when I get off here tonight? Whenever that is, 11, 11:30, 12. I'm not going to be much open, and I'm not doing Wawa. I can't do Wawa. No can do on that. Domino's? Nah, I haven't had Domino's since college. JD3, when I was at Alabama, there's this thing called dining dollars, and it's like built into your tuition. So it's like free money to a college kid. And only certain places worked at with dining dollars. Me and my roommate, we would come home fucking clobbered. It was just destroyed. And we would order, run up the Domino's, lava cakes, you name it. You guys you ever seen the trucker on YouTube that's gone viral? You got roller dogs? Dude, Daz, me too. I like good pizza, dude. Good pizza. I'm in college. Domino's. I didn't know you were in college, JD. That's dope. I didn't know you were in college. Did not know you were in college. Yeah, so I use dining dollars. We used to buy Domino's. It's awful. It's not. It's really not pizza. It's true. Look we're not billionaires like you, Dad. Some of us buy pizza on a budget. Oh, stop. You do. You get a pass if you're in college, is right. You do. B-Dub sounds good, but they're closed, aren't they? They're going to be closed. I need like something that's open all around. I need something that's open. I'm out of dumplings. I need something that's open 24 hours. It's looking like a McDonald's burger to me. I haven't had McDonald's in years, but I'll get a McDonald's burger. I'll get fries. I'll get fries and a shake. You guys ever get back in the day in high school? I used to do that in high school. Get the fries and you dip them in the shake. That's good. Yes, Devin, you've seen it. I love that dude. What's that dude's name? Rob or something? Got some Jack Links, some kitty cats. Y'all got roller dogs. Damn. I love that dude. That guy's hilarious. That's so funny. Taco Bell. I haven't had Taco Bell in a bit. I only cook. There's no cookout near me, dude. You're down south, Kyle. There's no cookout up here. Yeah, dip the fries in the frosty. I don't go to Wendy's, but yeah, dip the fries in the shake. My boy in high school, Mickey used to do that. Go to Wendy's. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do with Bell. We'll see. I gotta make this thumbnail. Give me a sec, folks. Oh, good. I got this. I just got to add Markeel Bell here. Markeel Bell. Give me a sec. Bear with me, folks. Dude, this guy Markeel Bell is fucking huge. I mean, holy shit. Guy is a behemoth. All right, here we go. Sorry, doing a little production on there. Usually big dudes that run maulers. Yeah. Xander going to starve tonight. Xander, don't you guys have an In-N-Out? No In-N-Outs here, no. Some parts of the country, Domino's is your best bet. That's true. I'm spoiled. I have good pizza all around me. I'm good. I got good pizza all around me. My favorite pizza around me is right now is a little place in Glenside, a little Italian place in Glenside. Super good. Super good. All right, good stuff. You're not getting better. Yeah, I am, Devin. You're in Buffalo. Nah, Tony, I'm all out of dumplings, dude. I've eaten more dumplings than I care to admit. Steak and Shake? I'm not a Steak and Shake guy. I got Shake Shack. Shake Shack's probably closed, though. If Shake Shack's open, I'll rip Shake Shack. Nah, closed. 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 Cheesesteak. I could drive the Northeast. Pick up a cheesesteak. I could drive the Northeast. I might do that, actually, now that you say it. Sounds better to me than go to Steve's, maybe. I don't want to go too far. Go to Steve's, maybe. Steve's isn't my favorite, but it's close enough. Yeah, no, I can't go to. I'm not a huge D'Alessandro's guy anymore, but I like them a little better. They're going to be closed at 11 now. Five Guys? I don't even know if there's a Five Guys. You guys can tell I'm not a fast food guy. I told you guys I'm spoiled. The women in my life take care of me. Five Guys closed at 11. So I'm not doing that. No cookouts in Philly, folks. No cookouts in Philly. I'm too fussy. What do you mean I'm not fussy at all? Give the place in Trios in Glenside. I worked there when I was a kid. I worked there. I was a pizza delivery guy there when I was 16 years old. I bought a $2,500. I saved up all my money. I bought a $2,500 Volkswagen Jetta wagon. It was blue. I nicknamed it Blue Dream. If anybody knows what that means, you can put it in the chat. I'll give you credit. Blue Dream was the name of the car. All right, I'll show you Blue Dream. And I put, you guys know the ship wheels where they have like the knob on them and you turn the wheel with the knob? I put the knob on the wheel. I put the knob on the wheel. There's Blue Dream. There it is. Blue Dream. I put my last $2,500 on the Blue Dream. Blue Dream, baby. I was whipping. I was the greatest pizza delivery driver in the world. Yeah, I like good Chinese food. My mom is too. Now my mom is she's babysitting my niece. She's babysitting my niece. But you're right, she would. Yeah, they were fun. Ty, it was fun. It was a fun little car. Some dude in Philly totaled it. Dude in Philly. Wait, I was down at by St. Joe's Prep, right in North Philly. I was on I think I was on 15th and Girard. No, not 15th and Girard. I was on 17th, 18th. I think I was on 15th or 16th and Girard. And I was a couple blocks up. Dude blew through a stop sign. Boom, totaled it. I was good. God willing. Thank you, Lord. But yeah, totaled it. I was so sad. Guy in Philly blew right through the stop sign. No, he didn't have insurance. So, but I got my money's worth. I made enough money delivering pizzas that I had to go out and buy another car. I bought a 2002 Ford Escape with 160,000 miles on the thing. I drove that. Then that broke down on my drive to Alabama a couple years later. Yep. That's pretty funny. Tony, he was already on, dude. Big Sills was already on. Big Sills is on. I'll talk to Jalen Hurts one more time. Why is Jalen Hurts on the stream? They got Jalen Hurts on the stream. What's going on? Oh, I missed it. Damn. Good job, Devin. Keep grinding, brother. First new car. I still have yet to buy a new car. I've only bought used cars. I bought my Vet used. I bought my Mustang used. I bought my truck used. I bought everything used so far. How's it going to work with a tight end that can't block? You're going to throw him the football, Lofi. That's how. New to me. That's right. That's right. What'd you get, Devin? What kind of whip? Nah, Delp was off the board. He got drafted. Delp got drafted. Yeah, modern VWs are not I'm not a VW guy. Not anymore. My Jetta back in the day was dope though. With the ship wheel on there. I think it was fucking awesome. I missed that thing. Delp went to the Saints. Yeah, they're doing some good things for Kellen Moore. Get the Cilio segment posted. All right. Yeah, 6'9", 350 is crazy. Oh, Honda HRV. Nice. Nice. You didn't go truck. Yeah, I don't think they're a waste. I fucking love a truck, but I'm biased. I miss my truck so bad. I'm getting a new truck soon. I got to make a decision on my vet. My warranty's going to be out, so I got to see what I'm doing. Extending it or my trading it. Am I going big for ZK's garage? Am I going Z06? Am I going M3? A lot of different ways. Oh, Ted Hurst just went? Or no, did Ted Hurst just go? Yeah, he did. He went to Buccaneers. That's a good pick. That's a good pick for them. Ted Hurst. Thanks, Abe. Appreciate you, brother. I got a family coming, and I'm gonna get both. I'm not having a dope car. It's business for me now. ZK's garage is humming. Nah, I'm not a Yoda. Tony, you know what else would be nice for ZK's garage? And Tony, you'll hate this. Close your ears, Tony. Tony will hate this. Tony's gonna text me. He is going to revolt on me. Tony might rescind his support of me. Tony, you might go bonkers on me, my friend. You know it hits on YouTube, though. It's a business, so I got to make business decisions. You know it hits on YouTube. That Bema Life M3 comp. M3 comp, Tony. No, Tony's like, no. You can't do it. You can't do it. We'll see. Oh, my. I could go Z06. That would hit too. Z06 is just less practical, you know. You're probably not going to want to daily drive a Z06. I'll daily drive the shit out of an M3. I will daily drive the daylight out of an M3. Nice, but not a C8. I know. Take the bumper off 4.4. That might be light, brother. Wow, dude, that's dope. Ty, send me. I love it. I love old car builds. That's something I want to do is like a C3 Corvette or something. C3. Email me. I want to see it. Zander at jakibsports.com. My stomach is already mad at me for whatever I choose to eat later. Can't be good. I can take it off myself. Yeah, recalibration. I know the BMWs are a nightmare, but they're cool. Grenard was at the Sixers game out. He knew. He was at the. Is that true? Oh my gosh, he was at the. He knew. He knew. Grenard was at the Sixers game.
Introduction to Philadelphia tonight. That's crazy. Environment's exactly what I thought it was going to be. Great environment, welcome and everything. So I'm excited. So you want to tell Eagles fans?
Ah, that deal was done. That deal was done. That deal is done. All right, I'm gonna get John McMullen on one more time. Is Howie still speaking? Does anybody know? Yeah, Big Mike. It might have happened a while ago. Oh, Markeel Bell's meeting with the media. All right, so John's gonna come on after all of them. Markeel Bell is meeting with the media. Oh, that went Dalen Everett, the Georgia cornerback, defensive back. Howie said today would be fun. Yeah, well, it was good. Yeah, well, Markeel Bell's speaking now. So once John's done with him, I assume we'll get the final day 2 recap here. We'll get the final day 2 recap. We'll get the final day 2 recap from Johnny Mack. The draft's still rolling along. Dalen Everett. Ted Hurst is a great freaking pick for the Buccaneers. A great pick. Yeah, it is, Tony, but if I get a truck, does it matter? Not really, right? Might not matter. Yeah, the leak on the podcast was right. Yes, it was, Sig. Go Flyers. Yeah, they play tomorrow, right? Yeah, they're going to be cooking it. Yeah, Devin, what do you want to know? I mean, we'll get some more information out. Yeah, we're working on everything, but it's going to be a sick event. Pretty pumped about it. Definitely going to be cool. Tony, I don't want to keep it with the warranty though, so I'm swapping it out regardless. I just don't know what to swap it for, you know? I guess I could do an aftermarket warranty, but you know, it's like another $200 a month. I'm like, Daz, get a truck. I'm gonna get one too. I got a Hyundai Santa Cruz, got it 3 years, had 40 miles on it when I got. Nice, Kyle. Good shit. Good shit. All right, once I get the full reaction to day 2 from Johnny Mack. You guys can drop questions if you want me to ask the Johnny Mack. Oh yeah, Devin. I think my pops is gonna try and get like a hotel block or something, so people who are coming in can stay. Yeah, I think so. I'll talk. I'll give you. Yeah, Devin. A good time to ask about that would be the schedule release. When is the schedule release? Like May 10th or something? 15th? Joe, how? You hate that we have no picks, Bob. I'm good with it. We got Grenard. I think that's a good move, man. Good move for the Birds. Oh, my back's getting tight. May 13th, nice. Fresh off of Mother's Day. All right, Big Mike. Yeah, just remember and keep telling us. We'll get them all figured out for everybody. We'll get them all figured out. Dude, I hated the Sierra. We had one. My dad had a Sierra for a little bit. He sold his Sierra in 4 months. He hated it so bad. $80,000 fucking Denali package, everything on there, everything you want on it, fully souped up, fully loaded, everything. He hated it, and I hated it too. I did not like it. He traded it. He got rid of it. He sold it private sale. And he sold it private sale 4 months later. Yep. Did not like it. So I don't think I'll be going GMC. I just didn't love it. But it depends what people like. Everybody's got such a different. No, it was a Sierra, GMC Sierra Denali. Wasn't a Silverado. It depends what people like. Like, I like my Ram because it was. My Ram drove amazing with the big V8 Hemi motor in there, and the interior was so nice. A hotel block means you basically just block out rooms in a hotel for people. So, like, we'll call a hotel, get like a 10-room block, and we'll have 10 rooms, or something like that for people to reserve. I can't pay for everybody's hotel room, obviously. But is that what you're pushing? An Escalade 04? That's fucking dope. 04 Esky? I love Escalades. That's what I'm gonna get my my soon-to-be wife when she's pregnant. I'm gonna roll in the crib with a fat Escalade with a big bow on the front. Fucking black, white maybe with peanut butter seats. Ooh! Spoil my beautiful lady. TRX, I probably won't go TRX. I'm probably just gonna go practical truck. Keep the performance of the sports car. All right, draft nearing the end here, right? Well, no, not really. Bears are. Oh, Manuel Pregnon just went. Bob, there he goes. There he goes. Good player, Manuel Pregnon. Good pick for them. All right, here comes John. Here comes John. John just texted me, so we're going to get John on in a second, and then we'll wrap up the show after that. Bob, I didn't get an email from you today. I didn't get an email from you, Bob. What email did you send it to? I didn't get an email. I'd see all my emails. Looking at them right now. Bob, I didn't get an email. Nope. I guess it could have hit spam. Oh, I got it. It's in spam. Bob, I got it. Let me move that to my inbox. All right, I'll respond to you, Bob. I got it. Thanks, Tony. All right, we're gonna get Johnny Mack on here. Eagles get three players on day 2 here. They get Jonathan Grenard, they get Eli Stowers, and they get Markeel Bell, tackle out of Miami. So a good haul for the Birds so far. 4 new players for the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, the biggest one being Jonathan Grenard. He obviously knew. He was at the Sixers game tonight with Makai Lemon. So he obviously knew what was going on. Yeah, 10 more picks for sure. Rounds 2 and 3. And then tomorrow they have 3 picks tomorrow now? 5, 6, and 7? I could see that, Drozone. Why don't you think the Birds re-signed Dean if they could afford Grenard? Was it? That's just a positional thing. Yeah, it was Campbell. I mean, it's a positional thing. They've allocated budget for an edge. They've allocated budget for linebacker. They obviously had a first-round pick on the bench in John Campbell. Just didn't work. I love Dean though. I really wanted Dean back, but yeah, Grenard's a pass rusher. He's off the edge, dude. So it's a little different. Definitely different. But all right, we got Johnny Mack. Let's bring him in right now. He's set to join us here on a special draft night edition, a JAKIB Draft special. He joins me right now. Johnny Mack, you out there, my friend?
Yeah, you got me?
I got you, brother. All right, John, day 2 coming to a close here. Still going on in the NFL world. About 10 picks remain, but the Eagles are done for the night, presumably. Obviously, Howie and Nick already spoke. You heard from Markeel Bell. You heard from Eli Stowers. And Jonathan Grenard, John, somehow is already in town at the Sixers game. Yeah. So I guess he knew what was going on. Just your initial reaction, John, to day 2 for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, he was at the Sixers game. Sixers lost, by the way, collapsed down the stretch again. Shocking for the Sixers, but disappointing loss from that. Makai Lemon was there as well. Jonathan Grenard. So he was at the complex today to pass his physical. So obviously, this was in the works long before today, which we knew. But long rumored that Jonathan Grenard was available, and the Eagles were one of the main teams looking into that potential. And it came to fruition today, as many expected. Howie had some nice things to say about Rob Brzezinski, who's the interim GM in Minnesota. I think he would have some nice things to say because, he managed to get, 98 overall, which they still haven't taken yet, and then the third-round pick in 2027. Instead of that 54th overall pick, the Eagles are able to use that to get Eli Stowers, which I think is going to be a big pick for them down the road more than I would say immediately. For after Dallas Goedert leaves, I think, that's probably going to be your main tight end moving forward if everything goes according to plan. And then you're able to get a pretty high-level prospect early in round 3 with the that was the pick they got from the New York Jets. That's why it was so early for Hassan Reddick in that deal. So to get a good tackle prospect who could potentially be the heir apparent for Lane Johnson at right tackle, you never, you're not going to feel as comfortable if you get a first-round pick as much of the speculation was with Caden Proctor, Monroe Freeling. But I do think it's a legitimate prospect with rare size and length. This guy might be the longest tackle I've ever seen. I mean, his arms are over 36. It's the complete opposite of Reuben Bain on the defensive side. I mean, this guy has rare length, and he's just tough to get around. It's like trying to get around the moon, it's a big orbit just to get there. So,
yeah, right.
And that's why it makes it so difficult. Now he's been a left tackle almost his entire college career, even when he started, because, it's easy to, when you're that big and that physical and that strong, it's easy to dominate it at a lower level. That won't necessarily be the case at the pro level. So, he's got work to do. So, again, it's more of a pick for the future, but you're down in the third round. I think that's a very good pick considering you weren't able to get that heir apparent earlier in the draft. I think you add him to the mix. So now you have another dart throw. You have Markeel Bell. You still have Cameron Williams. You still have Miles Hinton. You still have Holland Pierce. So all of a sudden, you only need one to hit, and maybe you get it done that way instead of the high level.
Look, that's our left tackle, John, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're worthy dart throws, I would say. So no guarantees for anything, but I don't think there's, when you get down to the third round anyway, it's not certainly top 10 pick, you expect to have a difference maker. First round pick, you want to be a starter at the bare minimum. Third round, you're looking for upside, and I think they got it with Markeel Bell. So I think a very productive day, certainly from the standpoint of you got immediate help on defense, and I mean meaningful immediate help on defense. And then on offense, you got down the road help. I think you got players that might show up in 2027 or 2028, but I think they could be, meaningful contributors down the road.
John, do you see a world where Markeel Bell could move inside in the interim? I saw some people saying that. Maybe in Mekhi Becton, I'm like 6'9" and I'm 30.
6'9" and 3/4, by the way. I think.
I mean, this dude is.
I mean, Howie actually got asked that question. I believe it was. Dave.
Well, we had a bunch of people saying in our chat. That's why I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, he said no. We're going to start him out attack. I mean, there's a point, and you're right. I mean, it's rare that somebody as big as Mekhi played inside, and he did, right. And it was successful. So I get why.
That's not the norm, though. Yeah, that's not the norm.
And he's even, this guy's got almost 3 inches on Mekhi. I mean, this guy's enormous. So, yeah, that would be making it really difficult on the quarterback. I still remember asking Jalen Hurts what it's like to play behind Mekhi Becton. And he said it was one of the best answers I've ever gotten to from Jalen Hurts, to be honest. That's why I remember it, because I asked him, is that a thing as a quarterback? Is that a thing, or do we make too much of it? And I remember Jalen's answer like it was yesterday. He said, "Oh, yeah, it's a thing. It ain't easy to see over those massive guys, and you're adding 2-3 inches on the. Yeah, I don't think that's in the cards."
Yeah, I had Silly on earlier. Obviously, Miami out as his alma mater, big fan of Miami, and he said he's a really good tackle. I mean, he said he's a little overshadowed, obviously, because of Francis Mauigoa, who went, obviously, number 10 overall this year. But he thinks he's a really good player and has a chance to be a starter in the league. So he's also 21, John. So I like that part of it as well.
Yeah. And this is you start talking about, and Stowers is a traits player as well. I think day one, not necessarily. I always talk about Eaglesy picks. Stowers because of his athleticism, very Eaglesy pick. Bell because of his size and just rare, enormous length is a very Eaglesy pick. You see the traits. Lemon, not so much, because he's more of a sort of a technical player, a guy, a sharp route runner. His separation is born by his football intelligence, his technique, his fundamentals, rather than the traits just being the better athlete, things like that. So,
were you surprised by the Stowers pick, John?
Yeah, a little bit, from the standpoint of, I thought they would want a more well-rounded tight end who could play in line and set the edge for the wide zone, stretch running scheme. But they still have Dallas Goedert in the short term. I was a big Oscar Delp guy. I thought he would be that guy if they could get him. They could have drafted him. That'd be a little early, I think, for Oscar Delp, but he eventually went, I think, Pittsburgh, maybe. I'm not.
I think it was the Saints, John. The Saints.
Yeah. I that's a guy I thought would be a better fit for the scheme. But again, if you start looking at 2027 and Dallas Goedert probably not being here, you just need a tight end one, and he could certainly be that from a receiving standpoint. And the one thing everybody says about him, to his credit, he is willing. He does try. So there's a lot of, guys who are just receivers and don't really put much effort into their blocking. And this is a guy who was a quarterback a couple of years ago. So obviously,
yeah, right. He's only been a tight end for 3 years, right?
Yeah,
He's pretty raw
and
player.
I asked him about how quarterback helped him, and it did from the standpoint of obviously you have to know the whole offense. So,
Right.
um, but the one thing you don't do as a quarterback is block. So obviously it was not natural to him, but from all the scouting reports I've read, he's a willing blocker. But and if you're willing, you there's room for improvement. So who knows? He's got to get bigger. He's got to get stronger. Get in an NFL weight room, maybe in 2 or 3 years. Um, but since we talked the first time, because I didn't like the pick from the immediate fashion, but then because again, I mean, how many? I remember the Doug Peterson talk. I talk about it all the time when he was asked about Matt Collins, and he went 2 or 3 games without getting a target, and he said, "Guys," he got all frustrated. He's the sixth option. I mean, if I'm drawing up plays for the sixth option, you should be killing me. Um, and this, if you think about the Eagles next year, even without AJ Brown, well, Devontae Smith is number one. Number two's hopefully Makai Lemon, but if it's not Makai Lemon, it's going to be Dontavian Wicks, and vice versa is going to be number four. Number three is Dallas Goedert. Number five is Saquon Barkley, obviously from a different standpoint. So guess what he would be? Number six at best. And you even have Hollywood Brown. So there's only one football. So I don't look at this as a red shirt year by any stretch of the imagination, because I think he'll be the second tight end, but not a meaningful touch year for him.
Right. Might not get the production that people are thinking here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but I think in 2027 it could be a really, really, really meaningful, good pick.
No doubt about it. We will see obviously how that plays out. John, do you think this whole draft here has really been a big show of support for the coaching staff in a way, in my opinion? Is that a fair takeaway for me?
Well, I mean, I guess if you want to look at it from a positive fashion, I guess.
I mean, even if they're just believing in what they're saying they want to do,
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing though.
It might not be, but I'm just saying that's what they're doing.
Like my whole focus, and how he said this today, and he said really it's. I'm sure Bill Parcells isn't the first one to say it either, but he's the first one that I heard say it. And that's basically in how he said this. When you talk about, he was talking about Eli Stowers, he was getting the blocking questions, and how he went to basically, look, tell me what the player can do. Don't tell me what he can't do. This is what I say about all the time with Bill Parcells.
Yeah.
Look, I'm looking at the quarterback of this team, the most important player on this team. I don't want to hear about what he can't do. I want to accentuate what he can do.
Right.
So, I think there's a little bit of contradiction there.
Well, are they like in delusion? Like, do they not?
No, you know what it is, Zander? I think they're tired. With a new player, it's easy to say that because you're getting him in the building for the first time probably tomorrow. He hasn't been with the team, and you say, all right, we're going to build around this guy. He's tremendous. He's one of the most athletic tight ends ever. Let's build around what he can do. Jalen's been here for 6 years, and they've seen all the good, all the bad, and they've gotten tired of this offense. And you got to be disciplined, man. Got to be disciplined. I gotta ride the shelf life. That's my opinion.
And is your opinion also that you do not think this is going to work, playing this style of offense with Jalen Hurts?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You don't just wake up one day and say, throw the football over the middle of the field, and throw the football on time, and throw the football.
Right. These are the traits that get you to the NFL. I mean, these are things that people work on their entire lives.
Exactly. And throw the football with anticipation, and throw the football. He's got different strengths, which I'm of the belief again, and Howie just said it today, don't tell me what he can't do. I know what he can't do. Build around what he can do.
Interesting stuff. John, you had an opportunity last time I had you on when the news broke mid-segment for us that the Jonathan Grenard trade had went down. You've obviously had some more time now to think about it. I know you've been busy with all the press conferences and things, but just kind of your evolved thought process on what the Eagles gave up there, the addition of Jonathan Grenard, and how much he's going to mean to this team this year.
Yeah, well, I was the one who asked about the timing, like why today? This has been rumored for a long time. What was the crux? And that's where Howie kind of gave up. Well, it'd been in the works, and he was here today. He was at the Sixers game. He was getting his physical. He had to pass his physical before the pick could be conveyed to Minnesota. So it was essentially done. Certain, last night, basically. And you do have to wait for that first round, he kind of admitted, to see what happens. Because, if the board doesn't fall the way you want it to fall, and you have to take an edge rusher, maybe it changes things. So you did have to wait. But, I mean, obviously the Eagles have been interested in this particular player. The Vikings kind of knew they were up against it from a cap standpoint, couldn't give him the money he wanted. So it always made a lot of sense that it would be the Philadelphia Eagles to get him. I think when we look back on this, and you never know with injuries, obviously that's the caveat to everything in the NFL. But if he's healthy and he plays throughout the season, I think we're going to be talking about this next January and next February as one of the big deals that put the Eagles back in the significant Super Bowl contender category. I really believe it's that big of a deal. And one thing Howie mentioned, and he should have mentioned it, and people need to understand this: when you talk about this draft, Jonathan Grenard is part of this draft, and Dontavian Wicks is part of this draft.
Right.
They use draft picks to get these players.
Exactly right, and I think they're right to say that.
Yeah, they are right. And a lot of times people forget that, but this is a big-time player. And I've already guaranteed numerous times on Birds 365, I'm going to guarantee it again. Eagles fans will fall in love with this player as soon as they get to see him, because he is explosive, one of the best first steps in football. He's always in the backfield. He's great against the run. He's a tackle for loss machine, consistent pressure machine, and he will make Nolan Smith better. He will make Jalix Hunt better. He will make Arnold Ebiketie better if he's in the rotation, or Joe Tryon. He will make everyone better on that pass rush. And to a certain degree, same Jalen Carter will help him
Right.
On the interior. But as far as the speaking specifically about the edge, again, I use the baseball analogy. He's the ace. Now you have the ace, and you don't have to have your number two pretending to be an ace.
Right. Exactly right. Number two is going to play better when that pressure is not as present there, John.
Yeah. So I think this is, way bigger than the first round pick, way bigger than the second round pick. This guy's going to be a Pro Bowl level pass rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles.
And you think, obviously, based on the rave breakdown you just gave, that he will fit with this Vic Fangio defense. A lot of people have compared the move, obviously, to Jalen Phillips, who they were in the running for, but ultimately got a huge deal. You do think this is a good pivot for this team that works with this defense, right?
Yeah, it's a different style of player, obviously. He's more of a traditional weak side end, so he's going to be on the right side. Jalen Phillips was mainly on the left side. But I think that helps Nolan Smith, who is more comfortable on the left side. Probably doesn't help Jalix Hunt as much. He's more of a right side guy, and everybody can flip and everybody can move around. But so a little bit different he's more explosive. Jalen Phillips is probably steadier as far as and more bigger, more physical. Um, I would say Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips is just a big dude, man, and this is more of a outside linebacker pass rusher. Jalen Phillips is like a defensive end pass rusher. It's the best way I can explain
Right.
it.
Do you think they're going to miss that skill set that Phillips did bring?
Well, Vic has a lot, like for all those people say, does he need a pass? When he has a pass rusher, he uses a pass rusher. And now he's got a pass rusher. Like Jalen Phillips isn't the pass rusher this guy is. Um, Now, again, there's things that Jalen Phillips does well that,
Right. Exactly.
but he will utilize Jonathan Grenard. Um, and I think it's going to be a really good fit for the Eagles.
No doubt about it. All right, so three big players today, John. Obviously, the draft of Mekhi Lemon yesterday. Things are starting to take shape on the Eagles' offseason. I think all in all, it looks pretty good so far, and I like how you framed up the Jonathan Grenard. It might have came late, everybody, but this is the number one move that was made this week in terms of improving the 2027 Philadelphia Eagles. What's next, John? What do you think is important left? They have three picks tomorrow, a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh rounder. Obviously, that's not as important of a day when it comes to getting contributors, but this team is really taking shape for the 2027 season. It almost feels like you said they're draft proof. They're ready to play a game. That was a couple weeks ago. Now it feels like they're really ready to go and play a game and compete, Johnny Mac.
Yeah, I don't worry about the defense at all. You'd like to have another safety, obviously, but you could make do with Marcus Epps or Michael Carter. Hopefully, can move over to safety successfully. Um, but I mean, they 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 fixed the glaring hole on the edge, which I think was the biggest hole. Um, I think it's championship level defense. Um, all the questions I think are going to be on the offensive side of the football and how they eventually, traverse the impact of losing A.J. Brown. Obviously, they've done a number of things as a layered approach. And by the way, maybe Eli Stowers is part of that. So I saw Daniel Jeremiah put out, he's very A.J. Brownish as far as receiving ability because, he's really a big wide receiver at this stage. And maybe that's part of it as well. And you have this layered approach, the money ball. Do it in the aggregate. You can't replace A.J. Brown, so give me three players to replace A.J. Brown. Well, they did. Maybe even four. Um, so I think most of the questions are going to be on offense and, can the offensive line bounce back from the health issues? Can Saquon Barkley bounce back? All of those are still legitimate questions, but you know, if there's five or six legitimate Super Bowl contenders, they're certainly one of that group.
John, should Eagles fans be concerned then about Jalen Hurts in this offense? Because it does seem like when you talk about the offense, a lot of the concerns that you have, and I'm not going to speak for you or for anybody else, but a lot of your concerns do seem to come back to the style of player the quarterback is. Should Eagles fans be concerned about this? Should they be excited about this? Should they be cautiously optimistic about this? I mean, I'm getting so many mixed reactions from people on this. What's the Johnny Mac spin on how Eagles fans should honestly feel if they took a dose of truth serum?
Well, I don't think it's going to be, I think I've said it from the start. You should hope that the goal is to try to evolve in the off season. Nothing wrong with that. And then scale back when the regular season starts and go try to win football games the best way possible. To me, the worst case scenario would be we're going to play this offense come hell or high water. That I think is not going to work. And I still don't think Nick Sirianni will do that. I think part of the movement was political, to make other people happy in the building.
Right.
And I think ultimately when the real things start, I think he's going to go try to win a football game on Sunday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They play every day now. So, but you get the point.
A lot of moves, though, man. It's getting harder to make that change, John, with all these moves they're making.
I don't think so. I think the offensive line is still built for the prior system. The running back is built for the prior system.
It's true.
Devontae Smith can, I think, play in any position, scheme. And the new guys are like, Mekhi Lemon's a rookie. Eli Stowers is a rookie.
Yeah, right. They're not going to be the crux.
Dontavian Wicks is a role player. So I don't think necessarily you've gotten guys that have to play in a specific scheme. And most of the guys are still better equipped for what they had been doing, because that's where all their experience is.
No doubt. Johnny Mac, great show tonight. Your final thoughts on day 2 for the Philadelphia Eagles, the additions of Jonathan Grenard, Eli Stowers, Markeel Bell, and obviously last night the addition of Mekhi Lemon. Your final thoughts here tonight on day 2, my friend.
Yeah, I think, today the draft picks were about more 2027, but that's fine. Again, they're set at tight end with Dallas Goedert, set at tackle with Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata for the short term. And then, you get the big time pass rusher, which is one of the most important, as Howie said, one of the most important positions in football. And, the other part I didn't mention was the contract. That was the other part of getting this deal done. So when you talk about impact and you say, well, they gave up a 3rd round pick. No, they gave up a 3rd round pick, and it was only a 3rd round pick and 2 3rd round picks, by the way. And $100 million. So, I mean, that is the bigger. So obviously,
it's a pretty Eagle-friendly contract to me, though. I don't know if I'm wrong on that, but
well, I've said it pretty consistent. I've never seen the Eagles sign a bad contract.
Yeah,
so,
that's so true.
So, but still, it's significant. It's far more significant than any rookie.
I think better value than Phillips. Phillips got $80 million guaranteed, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I agree. I think he's a better player. So, I mean, I shouldn't say that. He's better pass rusher. I think he's a better pass rusher. And that's what they need. So, Phillips might be more well-rounded. And even that I question, because as I look deeper into it, Jonathan Grenard has been a hell of a run defender during his career. Maybe a different style of run defender, but he's been a hell of a run defender as well. So,
I mean, all things considered, though, the contract's not crazy. I mean, it's $25 million. The edge rushers are making, Will Anderson just signed for $50 million a year.
Well, he's not Will Anderson.
I know, but I'm just saying, in theory, that's not crazy.
Yeah, well, yeah, rising tides, and that's what I said, and that's the point. That's why Grenard got traded, because he was underpaid at $19 million a year. So. That's the whole reason he was on the market.
Yeah.
And they couldn't afford to give him a raise. So Eagles took advantage, and I think it's going to work out well for them.
John, last question for tonight. You think Jalen Hurts has more pressure coming in this year than Nick Sirianni does?
No, because, the coach is the first one to go. It'd be simple. It's easier to replace a coach than a quarterback.
Yeah, right.
But they're both under significant pressure.
Yeah, just feels like they've taken all the excuses, like the middle of the field stuff. Well, you got Stowers and you got Mekhi. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be no excuse anymore for not using the middle of the field.
They have triangulated their own quarterback.
Yeah, that was a good word.
I don't think that's a positive thing, but that's what they've done.
No doubt. Johnny Mac, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Great work covering the draft as always. And we have day 3 tomorrow. We will catch up with you then. Thank you, brother.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thanks, John. There's Johnny Mac. John McMullen, host of Birds 365, the #1 Eagles beat reporter. Boy, John McMullen knows how to break down the game of football. I don't give a shit really what anybody says. John McMullen knows how to talk about football. He has got such a great, clear thought process about the game. I really appreciate. I've always appreciated it. So great stuff there. I'll take a couple more comments from all the great people of JAKIB Nation. I'd rather have Gennard. He was cheaper in this draft, has me hopeful. Any other Hurricanes? All right, so I got all them. I just got to do a quick production on air, folks, and then I will dip out of here. Try and go get myself a bite to eat somewhere. I don't know where that's going to be, but I'll fire up the vet and go get a bite to eat. I don't know where that's going to be. We will find out. It'll be a split-second decision. It'll be a split-second decision, but so J-Max being more clear than ever. But I think J-Max always been pretty clear, but you are right. He's definitely speaking clearly on it, you know. There's no doubt. Let me just pull this segment. Give me a sec, folks. Oh, why my microphone sounds like shit. John McMullen. Full recap of Eagles. Day 2, adding Stowers, Bell, and Grenard. Trade. All right. Good stuff there. I'll be posting that up on the channel for those who want to check out or re-listen to Johnny Mac's segments. I truly believe that people who listen to John and Dan as well. I think both people are our audience. I know that people have their gripes with each of them, but I truly believe that you become a smarter, more knowledgeable football fan. Not just a stove guy, you know, and on the stove guy where you everything is so simple. You know, I think you really start to understand the game. You start to understand how the league works, how the business of it works, you know, what goes into some of these decisions, what are the most important parts of an offseason, of a team, of a GM, of a job description, all of these different things. So really good, you know, really good, really strong, really good stuff across the network, I think. I'm proud of it. So I want to thank all you guys for doing it today. A good 4-hour and 10-minute draft show tonight for day 2. Is it done? Is day 2 done? Round 3, is it done? Yes, it is. Jalen Husky was the final pick to the Jaguars. Safety out of Maryland. Julian Neal went. Caleb Tierney went. Jalen Jennings Dunker went. Eli Raritan went. Chris Bell went. Damn, a lot of good names went here in round 3. Emmanuel Pregnam went. Dalen Everett, Ted Hurst. All right, so a lot of good guys went day 3 or round 3. I'm not sure what they do in round 5. I don't think it matters too much. Honestly. Take shots in round 5, you know. But all right, guys, I appreciate all you guys. I love all you guys. Hit that like button for me. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Probably won't do the full thing live. They only have 3 picks. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably go live after each pick for the Eagles. But we will be live tomorrow. So do not act like we will not have content for you. We'll be covering the draft all the way to the end of it. And then we'll do a final recap at the end. So big thanks to all you guys for making it possible. Hit that like button, and I'll catch you guys later.
EAGLES Eagles.